Morning everyone, we've started a little early. On course now is Bailey Knight with Flower Sweeney. He's cast out to his left, just trying to bring his sheep under control before he starts to bring it back up towards him. I've had about 12 mil of rain overnight, so I'm just holding off from putting two additional cameras out. Everything's set up, so if it looks like it's going to clear, we'll get another couple of cameras out there. I'm just trying to protect them for the finals and Wellego Cup later this week. But probably have them out there in a couple of hours once we think we can trust the Bureau of Meteorology. So Bailey's sheep have just wandered a little bit off course. They've gone to his right. He's just popped them back around to his left. It's to bring him behind his casting peg, and ideally between him and the peg that's just behind him. Sweeney's just pushed them a bit far back, so Bailey will come and get her to correct that. I think they're coming for the coffee that I've got here. Coffee van guys just dropped one off again, so I can't wait for that to happen. So if you get big silences, that's my coffee getting the sip of approval. We've got a live score sheet that's being populated. There's a QR code which I'll pop on the screen in a moment for you. If you have a Google phone, you can scroll down from the top and take a picture of the QR code. That'll take you to the score sheet. There's two trials running at the moment. The Open Improver, which is the one you're watching, and Novice will be starting in a couple of minutes down another course. It's a couple hundred metres from here. If you have an Apple phone, you can take a photo of the QR code, then open that photo, and I'm told that if you hold your finger down on the photo where the QR code is, it should open the live score sheet on your phone. So Bailey and Sweeney have taken the sheep down to the first obstacle, which is the gap. A couple of little off courses, but as one of the commentators yesterday said, it's point stealers. Bailey's in his set, so whenever the sheep decide that they're ready to go through the gap that he wants them to go through, he can steer them through and go on to the next bit of the course. He'll probably pop Sweeney back towards us just to turn that one on our right through the gap, which he's done. Leave that QR code on the screen until he gets to the draft, the next section. to the next obstacle, then I'll pop it off the screen. You can still see it's pretty misty outside still. Once Bailey leaves his set, he has to walk in at a constant pace from the previous set to the next one. If the sheep go more than 9 metres behind him, it'll be a slight point deduction. So he's right on his limit there, but Sweeney's managed to turn the sheep. So they've made a bit of a bolt. They're probably trying to go back to their mates just who would be behind that green gate down there. Sweeney's done a good job just to hold them. And nicely done, they've walked him straight up through the gap, through the race. Bailey will swing Sweeney around to the front. There you can see there's a little marker just in front of the sheep there where Sweeney's just stopped. If the sheep had gone past there, that would have been another point stolen, a couple of points stolen. Bailey's happy that the sheep are under control and Sweeney's in the right spot, so he's left his set and just started to walk up the hill to the next set, which you can see in the foreground there. The sheep have done what they've been doing all week. They've tried to go towards the centre of the ground. There's a bit of weight on the sheep to Bailey's left, which is our right. So they've just run past the entrance to the wings to the bridge, so Bailey will need to bring them back. So the sheep popped around Bailey then. We see he's a fair bit larger than them. They felt threatened by him, so they've gone around the outside of him. So now it's a matter of measuring the threat from the dog and offsetting that with the threat to the person. You might see Bailey's not allowed to move out of the set now that he's in there, but he is allowed to turn his body left or right, so he can make himself less threatening or more threatening to the sheep in order to get them to go over the bridge. So the sheep are feeling a little threatened by Sweeney. You can see they're stamping the feet, trying to take the dog on, saying, I'm not happy with you there. Sweeney's trying to take pressure off them and turn them towards the bridge, but they're following Sweeney. They think Sweeney's a bit of a threat. So Bailey will just try to work out how to get Sweeney to drop down. He's got him coming over the bridge now. He's got a leader. So he's just got to get him to jump off. There's one left up there. Sweeney's decided to hold position and the sheep have come off the bridge. Bailey sent Sweeney around the bridge to make sure they don't pop out to this side of the course. They need to go in a straight line from where Bailey is. Stay within those lines all the way to the pen for maximum points. Bailey's let's see if he's got a talking clock on or if he's running just keeping a track of with his watch. He's running certainly close on time. We'll see by his movements once he gets him over that into the pen whether he's aware of how many seconds he's got left. They need to be about a metre further in. He's going to make a run for it. He just hasn't made it. So it's a bit unfortunate, but it's a good effort.
Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
On course is Paul Darmody with Zefrey Troy. Troy is one of the Australian representatives later this week when the Wellego Cup starts. So if you're from New Zealand, don't watch this. Our current open leaderboard has Grant Cook in the lead with Grass Valley Bluey on a 93. Second is Jim O'Connell with Kamara Philly on a 92.5. Third is Anthony Moore with Collie Creek Fleck on an 88.5. Then Ben Simmons with Deppler's Charlie Parker on an 86. In fourth, also equal in fourth, is Grant Cook and Grass Valley Winger. In sixth place is Dave Lacey with Brands Hatch Tusker. Then Mike Deppler with Deppler's Cap on an 84. In seventh, that is. He's equal seventh with Gary Barker and After All Wow. Then in ninth place we have Simon Leaning with Marionvale Twister and Denise Hoare with Ascot Eden, both on an 82.5. That's our top 10. I'm sure that'll change later in the day, or maybe earlier. So this area has actually been drought declared recently. It's supposed to be the coldest, wettest area of Queensland. Well, not the wettest, but one of the coldest areas. It's usually green and lush. So we've had about 12 mil of rain overnight. So the sheep today are going to be a bit different to what they were last few days. And there's supposed to be no rain forecast for the rest of the week after about lunchtime today. So what you're seeing today is going to be a bit of a blip in the way the sheep behave. So it could be interesting. You might have dogs and handlers getting high scores in these conditions that wouldn't have got high scores in the drier, sunnier conditions we've had. Although we've had a bit of everything. We've had wind, we've had a little bit of mist on the first couple of days. We had some fog yesterday morning. So it is interesting, a bit of everything weather, which is what you want in a trial. It's called a trial, and it is the Open is run over 3 rounds. So it's best of, the best dog will come to the top, best dog and handler combination, unless the sheep decide otherwise. And the improvers run over 2 rounds. The improver finals Friday, and that would have been added to your list of future live streams if you've jumped onto the YouTube page. I think Paul's just doesn't want to get wet out there today. He's getting around in a pretty quick time. Yesterday we saw some competitors were only just getting past the casting peg with 9 minutes to go. A couple of them completed the course with that 9 minutes to go. Take a seat. It's dry in here.
Got a dog with me.
Yeah, so what? Split dogs in here.
How you going, alright?
Yeah, good, good.
Jeez, that old bloke's boring. I'm not like him. Sorry, buddy. Tracy scratched his sheep. Tracy who? Oh, okay. I'm thinking of someone else. Slade, I was thinking of Tracy Slade.
So on course we've got Tracy Lindsay with Wongabara Lace.
So Lace has gone around and picked up the sheep. They've just broken off a little bit to the right-hand side of the course. She'll try and straighten them up now. Each time they take up a new position, it's a new line. So the line is now from where the sheep are directly to Tracy. And they've got a 4.5 metre break either way. So each time they break 4.5 metres is a new line and a deduction of points. A little bit of rain overnight changed the sheep a little bit, perhaps. Made them fractionally heavier. But that yet to be seen. We've had 2 runs this morning, getting towards the pen, one in the pen. One just timed out at the pen. They've been tricky at the bridge. The bridge has proven to be the obstacle that has thrown a spanner into the works for a lot of runs. The sheep have turned on the dogs, challenged them. I see the little dog just inching them closer. Not sheep that like to be dominated, but you still got to move them, and when you start putting too much pressure on them, they get a bit of a run on. But if you're too careful, they settle in. Just a misty rain coming over. Been dry this part of the world, in drought. You can see by the colour of the grass that even though it's winter time, it's still pretty yellow. They haven't had a lot of rain. So terrific for the farmers, terrific for the countryside. Not so great for the judges and sometimes the competitors. Won't bother the dogs. Keeps them cool. And this little dog's just having some trouble impressing them, getting them moving. A little tickle along. And trialists tend to like to have them down and around in sort of 5 minutes or under. Much longer and you start putting yourself under pressure to get to that pen. But it's still important to be careful with them, take your time and try and get a good contact from the dog and the sheep. Get some broken in a little bit and getting respecting the dog but not fearing it. It's a fine line, that's for sure. You see the concentration on the dog, picking which sheep is going to give her trouble. Head down, tension in the body, and all 3 sheep just looking at the dog at the moment. And it's important to try and pick which is the one that's going to move and put some pressure on that sheep, and hopefully it brings the others with it. And leave the argumentative, the fighting sheep alone for as much as you can so it doesn't feel like it's got to come out. And just rolling them around now. And you see they'll shuffle position. They'll go from in contact with the dog and they'll put themselves behind another sheep, and they'll just constantly shuffle until they feel comfortable and safe. Now one sheep's just standing right up to the dog. The other two not too bothered. It's getting a bit frustrating because not much is happening. As they shuffle again. And you'll see the lead sheep try and put a sheep between it and the dog for safety. And they always try and put himself in the middle, or even put two sheep between him and the dog. And another shuffle. Now we've got movement. As soon as that leader came to dog side, he went, nope, don't want to be there, and got going. And now he's back between, with two sheep between him and the dog, and things stopped again. So if she can pick that sheep and get him moving, it's the one closest to the handle at the moment, maybe things will start to move. Here he goes again. He's leading out, doesn't like to be dog side, you can see that, shuffles away. So time becomes a bit of an issue now. Ticking away down, half the trial is completed. 15 minutes to complete the course. She's under 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes coming up. So hasn't completed that first winding peg yet. It can speed up a little bit once they run downhill, so you can get a move on. Here's the leader facing up. What can she do? Steer him, he's pushed him back. Oh, it's like a coiled spring, that little dog. Tension. Every muscle and sinew straining. Mouth tightly closed. And around they come, sheep moving again. And once again, that leader, he's taking them where he wants to go, but not where Tracy would like them to go at the moment. You can be sure if she bumped them, they wouldn't be there. They'd be down the ground, so she's still got to be careful. And there's a little bit of relief will come as they start to go past where Tracy's standing, and they'll feel hopefully some movement from there. But we're already down under to 6 minutes, and it becomes pretty tough to complete the course from here. Having to work for every inch. So we've had a couple of runs this morning. Sheep have been okay. Not moving off the dogs easily, but if the dog's got a bit of presence and a bit of force, you can get them going. And Paul Darmody shut the gate in the last run, showing that it can be done. He was motoring around that course. Bailey Knight early this morning, second up. got to the pen and just timed out with 5 seconds left. And around they go. There they go. They've got the first part of the course is completed. She'll need to get a motor on to get some more of those obstacles. They're going to move a little bit freer down this part of the ground. In fact, they're away. They're off. Not so much free. They're running. In the corridor. Just got away from her a little bit. But still sitting in the corridor. Dog's got to the head, blocked him up. You can see the draw now is off to that left-hand side. They're looking to get back to where the lad out is. Tracy will need to cover up. Oh, she's centred the dog. And he's just helped them along, and away they go, off course. Heading back to where the pressure is on the poor little dog. She's got some work to do to get them back on course now. It's got him moving a little bit better, heading towards where Tracy's taken up a position. And this is the gap. This is 2 panels with a gap in between, simulating what is a gate in the fence. And she's just got to stop them from slipping down the side, but they're a bit quick and around they go. So each time they put their heads down behind that obstacle, there's a point deduction. And then when they do a lap like that, probably 3. And if they break even further than just a single lap, they can be a little bit more costly. So she just wasn't quite quick enough to catch them. But once they get a bit of a gallop on, these sheep can cover the ground. Big legs, big, long, tall sheep. And they cover the ground. And then get away from you really quickly. And that little dog's not slow. She just got caught behind and around they went. So looks like Tracy's going to try and push them back through the gap, or maybe bring them around the side. Show them there's a gap in the fence. But again, just looking at the dog. Not looking where they're going, just watching the predator. So Tracy's going to use her 15 minutes, but she's not going to progress too far. Time's going to get the best of her here, and she ticks down into the last minute and a half. And trialers do carry clocks with them. They do know what time's left. And generally, what happens here is if she doesn't complete this obstacle, it's deducted from her final score, as with all the other uncompleted obstacles, plus whatever points she already lost getting around there to there, and the remaining score will be her score. So pretty important to get the obstacles. 20 points on the pen. Shutting that gate is really important if you want to be competitive at this level. Leaving 20 points out there can cost you an opportunity to progress in the trial. But it hasn't been easy. And certainly the bridge has been a bit of a blockage for a lot of dogs. The sheep have challenged the dogs and brought out maybe a bite or just a rattling off of points. So she's pushed them through backwards. See if she can just turn around and pick up those points just before the buzzer goes. Well done, nicely done. And away she goes, and that's the end of the trial. Oh, nice effort by Tracy, but unfortunately not progressing. Hopefully next series of competitors will do okay.
Simon's just gone to get his dog ready for his next out. So he said he'll pop back after he's had his run. Give us some more commentary. Ooh. Dog just hasn't seen where the sheep are. Hasn't crossed yet. Dimity is just going to try to reset her dog. So she's making sure that he's seen the sheep now and understands what the instructions are. He's picked him up this time. That was a good save. It's actually probably given the sheep a little time to settle, so hopefully we'll see if they run off Sparrow or not. Ideally Sparrow will be able to get past him, but the sheep have seen Sparrow and said, no, we're going for a bit of a run. He's now on the wrong side, and unfortunately he's crossed between the sheep and the handler, so that's her run done. So Simon was just in here doing some commentary with Pete. Pete was really keen to get out there, so we'll see how his ears are attached. He'll be happy now that it's his turn. Pete, that is, I mean. Popped right around, but the sheep had picked him up and decided to move off course. He's going to have a bit of a run to get around him. So I'm just whistling Pete to get there. That was a nice little save. That one was going to make a bolt. Pete's just convinced that sheep to join back up with the other mob. The sheep got to that stage of the morning where they're starting to get a bit runny. It's cooler and misty today. Still some mist. I can see some rainbows just over the hill from me. So the judges are out there in the weather. It's supposed to clear around lunchtime. So had a bit of a split, but that there's one hiding behind that the pen, and there's two others just off to the right that you can't see because there's a post in the way of the camera. Peter will take the two back to the one, although the one looks like it wants to join up, so he's just wandered back over to the other two. It's a little off course, but sheep aren't used to this slippery surface. It's been moist. It's got the dust down. It was getting a little dusty yesterday. The sheep that slipped, he's got himself back up and he's with his mates. Pete's just slowly inching in towards the sheep. Just looking to see which one's going to turn. As I said, you can't see, he's just unfortunately behind the window surrounds that we're shooting through. So two come back and the third one's joined up. So then it's still not quite acting as a mob. He's still introducing himself. He just has to convince that one to stay with the other two. Nice bit of footwork there. Simon just wants him to bring the sheep in front of him. Simon can't influence a sheep at all. It has to be done by Pete. Just have to move back in a couple of metres and then they'll be past that peg. Solomon's asked if his sheep can be reviewed, which is his right. So let's get the judges to check out what's happening. The judges have decided, yes, it's fair enough, the sheep need to be changed over. So they'll do the change over and Solomon will get a rerun. That point where he was on the course is where the handlers can do an inspection of the sheep. So once they've done an inspection of the sheep, which is the idea of the pickup area, then if they're happy with the sheep, they'll continue on. But there was one sheep there that looked like it wasn't going to continue around the course in the best of health, so everyone's done the right thing by the sheep and decided that sheep can have a rest. Put away dog's just putting him back in the put away area, and Simon will have a rerun almost straight away. We'll be back in a moment. Simon and Peter back out again. Simon and Peter back again. They get a second set of sheep after Simon thought it was in the sheep's best interest to not do the whole course. The judges are just waiting for the sheep to come off the fence a bit. They've got the people in the pen just trying to get them in the right spot for the handler. The sheep are a bit close to the back fence, not allowing the dog to get to the... not allowing the dog to get behind the sheep. So Pete's cast out the same way again today, same way as he did just a few moments ago. These three sheep seem to want to mob up a bit better than the previous set that were returned. You can see the sheep are coming up in a fairly straight line. That's nicely done. They're straight through the pickup point. The sheep will unwind themselves looking at what they're doing. Simon's just trying to get Pete to calm down. They will be maybe off course. You just can't see from this angle. I think they might still be on course. So Pete's gone around him and pushed him back down the course. He'll have a bit of a run to stop him again, which he's managed to. Simon's left his casting peg. Pete's a bit wound up. He's just trying to... Simon's just trying to calm the sheep. We did find that these last few days the sheep haven't been very respectful of light-coloured dogs. Obviously, Pete doesn't fall into that class. So they're definitely wanting to move off him, whereas a combination of colour and presence. Obviously, Pete's got a bit of presence, and they don't want to mob up around him. They're finding him very threatening. Simon just doesn't want him to be in front of him when he walks down. He doesn't have to pause. But he was just in the wrong spot then by a metre, if that. And the sheep are taking a bit of the course off him. They want to get back to their mates. But Simon's got Pete to stop. He just let the sheep wander back onto the course. He'll try to get Pete to steer them through that gap without pushing him off the course, which he's managed to do. The sheep made a bit of a bolt to home, so slightly off course. Simon's decided to leave his peg, leave his set. I like referring to them as hula hoops, but he's left his set, but he's managed to get Pete to bring them back on course. And they're within 9 metres of him, so won't be too much of a penalty for that. Some misty rain around us, so we'll wait for that to clear before we put the other 2 cameras out. You can see Simon's working a nice constant pace, and Pete's keeping the sheep up to him. Slightly off course then. Pete will have to work him, get him back under control. Doesn't want him through there before Simon gets into the set, so Simon will have to push him back out towards himself. Probably another foot to get him out. They haven't quite come out, so I'm not sure if he's going to have to rework it with those 2 that are in. The two that are facing out to Pete might not have come out enough for the judge, but we'll see if the judge asks him to rework it or not. Judges must have been happy with that. He's still got plenty of time. He's used 6 minutes of his 15, or not quite even 6. So I'm telling Pete that you've got to work as a teammate. You can't do your own stuff. So a little off course there. Past the front wing of the bridge. He's managed to get him back. They're going to try to slide back down that gap again. That one that's gone down one side, and then he's got 2 running off. Pete's looking at bringing those 2 back, and hopefully the one will join up. Simon knows it's there. That's quite nicely done. That one moved back. He's just got to make sure that that one there that was by itself doesn't try to come and visit me in the commentary box. A bit unsettled. I'll have to settle them down to get them over the bridge. Just got a couple of sheep, one sheep stealing points off him. He's trying to get that one under control. The other 2 are taking some more points. Had about 12 mil of rain overnight, so the sheep are a bit different this morning. They're still as testy as they've been. So I'm going to have his timer on him. He knows exactly how much time he's got left. That one point stealer has come around again. So Pete's going to have to reset, get him under control. And Simon's just thinking he's losing too many points, so he's called it.
The 2024 High Pro Group Supreme Australian Championship. So we're on day 4 of the championship event. So we've finished the Interstate Challenge that we talked about the other day, which had the Trans-Tasman course that we had a walk around. So today we're going to have a look at the Supreme course, which the championships run on. So a couple other quick mentions is big welcome to our friends from New Zealand, the test team that come over to compete in the test match. The Interstate Challenge was also a selection process for us to select our Australian team, so congratulations to those 4 members as well. So moving on, we're going to do the same thing as we did the other day and have a competitor's look at the course. So we'll move over to the casting peg, and we're already familiar with that, so we'll get on course. And so while we're moving over, I also mentioned the other day about competitors using working sticks. So this is an example of one that I've got. It's a nice leather plaited stick, and I can use that to command my dog as I'm walking around the course if I choose to. If I don't want to, I can stick it in my pocket or just carry it while I'm walking along. One of the other ones that we
We'll just pause John Cantrell's walk around of Geelong while Penny has her run. Sheep have come out, and Penny's cast to her right hand side. with Prince's Bart. If you know about the dogs that are running a bit, just pop something in the comments on the live stream. We'll flash it up on the screen. These sheep have taken a lot of ground off Bart. They're going right past the pen, and they're coming around the coming right around the outside of the course. So definitely off course. Bart sort of swinging back now, and looks like they'll go around the correct side of Penny, but Bart hasn't got a grip on the sheep. The sheep are just running at the moment, so hasn't introduced himself to the sheep. So they have gone the right side of Penny, and they've actually gone the right side of the post, so she can walk when she's decided to walk. Bart will have to get hold of their sheep though, because they're just running all over the course. He's just standing in front of me at the moment. He's just down here. There's a fair bit away from his handler, and then the sheep are another 15 metres away from him on the right hand side of where the camera is. They'll come into view in a moment. Penny's a fair way down the, about halfway down the walk to the gap. You can see the sheep have decided that they'll go down that direction too. Bart's still way up here, this side of the pen. So now he's going down. I think it's about 60 metres from the peg, from the pen to the first gap. So he's finally got a grip on his sheep. Finally introduced himself to them. They're not being, they don't want to stay together, they don't want to play with the dog. Just have to be careful when there's one by themselves that there's not a cross. Cross is when the dog goes between the handler and the sheep. So she would have lost a few points with the sheep running the laps there and not getting a good pick up and being off course. Dog looks like they have him under control now. She's just going to try to work him back through the gap, then swing Bart around. Come back through, so Bart's just got to swing him back. Penny will send Bart the other way, I'd say, to get him to bring them back up the course towards the camera. They need to walk through that gap, heading away from the camera. So if you're looking for the live score sheet and not sure about the QR code, I've popped a link in the chat on the YouTube, which will take you straight to the live score sheet. Between that, Penny and Bart have managed to get the three sheep through the race and are heading up to the bridge. Slightly messy start, but relatively under control now. They just swung past that wing, which are a couple of points off. Now Penny's in her set. She'll be happy. She'll be able to work them over the bridge. As I said earlier, we've had about 12 mil of rain overnight, which has settled the dust. We're in drought in this area. All the drizzle and rain is supposed to clear before lunchtime, so if you tune in after lunch, if you decide to have a break, there'll be 3 cameras out, or 2 other cameras out on course. The rain's sort of coming over a hill that's to our left of the camera at the moment. She's just working on getting a leader. Well, she knows that she obviously has a leader, just getting that leader to turn away from Bart and go over the bridge. It's a bit of a standoff. There's no stamping of feet or anything, so I don't think Bart's putting too much pressure on them, but they've lined up in a position so that they weren't taking the dog on, although all 3 of the sheep are now looking at where the dog is. We'll see if he's putting any pressure on by their sheep's reactions. If you see stamping feet or flicking ears, it means the dog's putting a bit more pressure on him. But more than likely the one that was going to go over the bridge is the one that's at the back, or the one in the middle. The one at the front's usually the not the leader. Could be the sacrificial sheep. That's the way sheep play it. The leader's protected by the other 2. These sheep probably haven't met each other previously, but they would have worked out who the leader is. They'll all be looking for one to follow. So Penny's got 3 1/4 minutes to get them over the bridge and into the pen. So she's got the time to actually get for Bart to convince the sheep to move. In the background you can see a little orange gazebo. That's where the coffees have been from. If you're coming down, stop in and get a coffee. They are excellent. The sheep are just chewing up time There's a bit of a stalemate happening here. Who's going to turn? Who's going to give up first? But it just looks like he's holding him. He's moving around a little bit. Let's just push that sheep at the back in towards the other, so it can hide. It's hiding behind the other two. So Penny will just need to get some movement happening. And she's given up. She's retired. She's going to get Bart to come and have a break.
And I've got a whistle that I like to use as well. So that's that particular whistle is called a Logan whistle. It's just the brand, but they're good quality whistles. And as I said, the using whistle commands, sometimes in weather like this, it's been windy all week, that sound can travel much better than using your voice. And if you're having to yell a lot because of the wind, or you're getting yourself a bit worked up, you can actually sort of get a bit hoarse in the throat anyway. So anyway, back on course. So here we are at the casting pegs, same set, and this first half of the course is going to be the same as the Trans-Tasman. So the sheep get released from up the top end, they come down, come around here into that 9 metre circle again, and then go past the delivery or balance point line, come around, and then get on the right hand side of me. So one of the other things that we talk about or describe this course as is a right-handed course. So all the action is on my right hand side. I must pass this casting peg on the right hand side of it, so I come down here, and then as we progress around the course, all the obstacles are on my right as well. So we'll just fast forward up here, and then we'll meet you at the first obstacle and go from there. So So this part of the course we're walking is the same as the other.
We'll go back to John in a minute. On course is Bill Davidson with, I won't even try to say his prefix, but the name's Rain, and hopefully it doesn't rain anymore. Rain's done a nice little wide pop out around that gap and introduced herself to the sheep. So the sheep knows she's there. Bill was at the Supreme in Geelong a couple of years ago, and he managed to take out the win. Don't know if he got over to Northern. Don't recall seeing him at Northern last year, but I will be corrected if I'm wrong. He's from New South Wales. Bill's done a good job. He's filled out his commentator's info, so I'll try not to sound too robotic when I give you a bit of background on him. He's from Tamworth. He's an agronomist. He's worked in agriculture since leaving school, a shearer, station hand, and now an agronomist. So he's been, he was in Ted Gabby representing New South Wales, and he's repped for Australia twice. He's won 5 New South Wales championships. He's won the National in Canberra and the Supreme. Now his 2024 winner was Grass Valley Flake. And Flake's not the dog out there at the moment, a bitch out there. Was bred by Grant Cook, who's currently in the lead. Grant's also representing Australia in the Wylego Cup. On course is Rain. Rain is his New South Wales rep dog, so the dog he used in the Wylego Cup. Rain was the winner of the National in Canberra of the Improver this year. And she's a 4-year-old bitch by a New Zealand herding dog. She'd have just taken a couple of metres off her, but she's up to the task. She's put a block on them and got them all to mob up again. Rain just needs to get him past this yellow cone to be about even with where Bill is. Then Rain needs to swing the sheep around through this gap here for perfect points and head back down through this gap. Nicely done through that gap there. They're just going to try to take her on a little bit, but she's up to the task. She's got to the right point. Bill's left his set, or hula hoop. Still trying to put some pressure on her down the course. They're slightly downhill to going away from us. And if she backs off too far, they'll make a break for the let out. I've just dropped a little bit back off Bill, so Bill's seen that and realised that he was holding the left-hand side of the course and Rain was holding the right. Because they dropped back, they were aiming to loop past Bill, which is what they've done. So Rain got across, but not quite quick enough. Now they're pressing on her to get back towards where they came from. You've got a very experienced combination here. They'll move the sheep back towards the course. They've lost a few points for this and some time. He still has plenty of time. Hope that's not too far of an overrun. She's got back to the right spot, and they've actually moved off Bill and around the gap. He'll need to work him back again to get him through the gap. It looks like they're shaping up a bit better. And that's through. Rain will have to get to their head and stop them before they go too far. They're slightly below the 9 metre marker, which is this one here. So Bill will want to push them back up towards the 9 metre corridor, which he's done. Bill's got to his set. Sheep are just about 9 metres out. He's trying to guide them back through. Very nice. A little bump there was enough. A little bit too much. They've actually run past the marker that is on the edge of the course, which is so it goes like this. So Rain will bring him back on course. Bill's just left his set just now, so he's taking up the weight of the sheep on his side. The sheep have wanted to run back this way towards the let out and towards the centre of the course. So at the moment Bill's taking up the weight of the sheep, while Rain's doing the pushing up the hill, guiding up the hill. Bill, being a very experienced handler, make sure he's walked in his straight line. He's stepped on almost all those tennis balls. He's just checking his time. He's got 6 minutes. Plenty. Should have plenty of time. He'll just get Rain to put a bit of pressure on him to try to get the leaders to go up the ramp. All of these obstacles have been provided by Steel Rod. Steel Rod are one of the major sponsors. They're all new obstacles for this event. I think the only thing cleaner than these new obstacles would have been Depla's Charlie Parker. He'd, one of the South Australian team were offered grooming for all their dogs before coming over. And that sheep's just gone past the wing. And Rain swung around to collect the sheep back up and mob it back up. So Bill having a quick check of his time. He's still got plenty of time left. What quite often happens is a sheep will beat a dog on one wing, and that sheep will try, can get past on that wing and it'll try it again. Bill will be acutely aware of that and try to make sure that doesn't happen. Sheep have made a break for it again, and Bill's decided this isn't going to end too well, so he's decided to retire. Bill decided to retire, come back and win, let the dog have another win at another time.
again, and now we're at the gap. But you might remember, if you saw the video the other day, the gap was on an angle like this, pointing down the ground, but this time it's pointing up the ground. And the other slight change with the obstacle as well is the gap's just angled in a little bit like a funnel, so the dogs have to work the sheep straight through the gap. Now, the other interesting part with this is the gap's facing the let out yards where the sheep are, and they may have a little bit of a draw to the let out yards, so the handle and the dog have to be on their game to keep the sheep on course. So moving down here now,
we'll come back to John in a minute. On course is Jim O'Connell and Kamara Diamond. Diamond's one of the dogs under Jim's prefix. The sheep are just not mobbing up as Jim would like, but they're coming back in a fairly straight line. So Diamond just needs to convince them that she's not a threat. Still not quite settled. They've run past the peg, so Jim sent Diamond around the other side of the course to pick those sheep up and bring them back on course. He hasn't left his set, as you can see. The moment they're out of view of the camera, I can give you a bit of a commentary. Diamond's just coming to a drop. He's just trying to get the sheep settled. She's right on the back, the sheep right on the back fence, and Diamond's pretty close, working her way up to them. Just trying to convince them to come off that back fence and work back down onto the course. Got three of them turned around, they're slowly walking back. Diamond sort of got them a bit calmer. They're all staring at her now. Got two staring at one, looking for how far is it to escape. Jim would have seen that one that was looking away, so brought Diamond around. Diamond's just taking the weight of the sheep. Trying to bring him back on course. Based on yesterday, when people get to leave that casting peg, they need 9 minutes left. So Jim's still got 12 minutes, so he's still got plenty of time up his sleeve. Diamond's just bringing him back on course now. Not too sure. They're on course, but they're going to make a run for it now. So Jim's left his set. He'll try to get Diamond to swing them around behind him. Sheep taking that opportunity that Diamond being told to listen, to make a bit of a break. If you're just tuning in now, we'll just be operating off one camera for another hour or so, just till the weather's fully cleared. We'll pop a couple more cameras out after lunch. Sheep are a little fizzy. The conditions are different to the last couple of days. Sheep are the same testy sheep, but the grounds have changed a bit. There's been 12 mil of rain overnight. All the judges and competitors are acutely aware of the value of sheep now and sheep welfare. So if they think they're not going to get around the course in time, or if they're not happy with the way their runs have progressed, quite often they're retiring. I've seen 1.5 pens today. The third run out was Paul Darmody with his dog Troy. He penned with quite a few minutes to spare. And the second run out was a half pen with Bailey Knight. He just didn't get the gate shut in time. So when I say a half pen, he didn't complete the pen of part of the course. The sheep are running away from Jim a little bit. That'll be not within 9 metres of him. So each of those cones on the ground, those tennis balls you can see, they're 9 metres apart. Ideally the sheep should be in touch with the handler, be within 9 metres of the handler. Jim's walking backwards. You can see that he knows that Diamond had dropped back and not moved the sheep up to him. And they're a bit off course. They're actually ringing around Jim. He's got to his set, so if they go through, which they have, he can move on. If he hadn't been in his set when they went through the race, he would have had to rework that obstacle. And Jim left his set straight away. You could see the sheep were saying to head up course, and he wanted to block his side of the course. They're going to make a run past the bridge. Just on the left of the bridge, out of shot. Jim's thinking that they're going to try to get past the bridge before he gets to the set. Just trying to get Diamond settled, get the sheep settled and let them mob up so they move as one. He didn't want that to happen. Didn't want him to go past that first left-hand side of the bridge. Well, from his side, left-hand side. He knows he's got a lot of time left, so he's just going to try to settle the sheep a bit more. He swung them around. They're just going to try to buzz past again. Nicely done. He just got Diamond to that spot in the right amount of time. And he's over the bridge. He'll just try to get him to settle again and get his dog in the position he wants. See, Diamond's just coming around the bridge now. He'll want Diamond to follow him as much as he can because the sheep have been drawn back towards the middle of the arena, which they've done now. So they're about to head past him, but he got Diamond to the right spot. Now they've actually gone around the other side and they made that bolt that they were going to do. But Jim saw that coming. Being an experienced handler, he knew what they were going to try to do, so he got Diamond to loop around. Trying to make a bit of a break, but Diamond's up to the task. Now they're making a break down the other side. They'll loop around behind the pen. Jim's just trying to get to his set so that he can give them somewhere to go. He wants the sheep to come behind him ideally. He doesn't want them to run down the hill, so he doesn't want to. He's allowed to turn around while he's on the set, but he's not allowed to leave it. He's also not allowed to influence the sheep. Oh, beat him again, beat her again. It's not great when they've beaten the dog. You got one in already. That worked well. They're not really settled. Jim knows he's got time up his sleeve. They're not looking like they want to come out, so he's decided to leave his set and close the gate. He'll get Diamond to move with him. Otherwise, the dogs stop working, which is a loss of points, and that's nicely done. That's our second pen today by Jim O'Connell and Kamara Diamond.
And they may have a little bit of a draw to the let out yard, so the handle and the dog have to be on their game to keep the sheep on course. So moving down here now, this is the difference from the other day, that this part of the course is now also a 9-metre course, as is the rest of the course, moving to the bridge and the pen as well. So moving down here now, we've got our let out yards on the right. For ideal perfect points again, I want to carry my sheep on my right hand side within 9 metres of me. And the difference with the other day was this was a drive section, so I could help my dog if I wanted to, but now Australian rules, Australian courses, and same with other state courses, the dog has to do all the work. So the next obstacle that we're coming up to is called the race, and it's just a race like a little funnel. So the panels are flared out just at our end to help get the sheep through, and then a body of a race to move through. So again, I step into my set, work the sheep through the obstacle. So one of the other things is that if I'm away from my obstacle, if those sheep proceed through and clear the obstacle before I get there, I need to rework that. So there's some strategy around, you might need to block your sheep up before they bolt through that obstacle, so I don't lose any points.
bit past the gap. Yeah, Gary. They're out on the fence. They're off the fence, so. Good pass. Really good. Yeah.
Judges providing a bit of commentary there. Sheep have come right up the right-hand side of the course. You can see Daisy's just there trying to get them back on course. They're behind the put away. So Gary's just going to bring them back. He's got one that doesn't want to play with the others. It's running around. He's trying to back up. Still needs to bring them right across to the left-hand side of the course from where he is. We'll return to that last minute of the John Cantrell Tour of Geelong at the end of Gary's run. Sheep are coming back across now towards Gary's left-hand side, or on his right, but they're heading back in the right direction. Daisy has them under control at the moment. There's one broken off by itself. Daisy's just trying to get a bit of cover on her. The other two want to join up with this one, so you get the impression that one's the leader. Normally what would happen, you'd work the two back to the one, but obviously this one's drawing the two with it. And Gary's decided to retire, so we'll head back to John Cantrell's Tour of Geelong, Geelong Supreme course, and wait for our next person to come up.
All the obstacles are the same that you walk in, step into the set. I'll show you where the set is. So this is my last 9 metres to the bridge. And then I step into the set, and now I need to move my dog and sheep around to go up the bridge. So the other thing with the bridge is that you just notice the sheep have to be pushed up this ramp. So the challenge with this obstacle is the dogs need to show a bit more force to be able to push the sheep up. And remember now, all these dogs competing are probably about my knee height, and now the sheep are up here, and the dogs down there. The sheep are probably that much higher than the dogs, so it is a real challenge for the dogs. And they do need to show a bit of force and a bit of courage to get the sheep up through the obstacle and off. So moving up to the pen, you saw the other day, it's a 9-metre course. The pen hasn't changed for the Supreme course. And the other thing that's the same as the other day is it's a 15-minute course as well. So we'll have to wrap up now because they're about to continue on with the Supreme Championship, and I hope you enjoyed the video.
Louis, stop! Louis, stop! Louis, stop! Louis, stop! Sit here! Sit here! Sit here! Louis, stop! Come here! Louis, stop! Come here! Stop! 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 Stop!
So the judges weren't quite happy with those sheep, so they've asked for the sheep to be changed over in the best interest of the sheep. So the sheep will just be put away, and another mob of 3 will be offered to Anthony and Lou. So Anthony's got his sheep just right near the let-out gate. He sent Lou the other direction. He's using a whistle at this distance to get Lou to drop. He's just worried that Lou's coming a little bit close to him and mightn't get around the sheep. Block on that sheep, and now they've made a bit of a run, and unfortunately Lou's crossed between the sheep and Anthony's, which is the end of his run. Sheep have seen Bindi coming and decided they'll go for a bit of a stroll up the right-hand side where Bindi came from. We've got our Crows fan walking in front of us here, getting ready for his run. Sheep have had a bit of weight on this side of the course. They haven't come up as far as they have previously. They've just run out of shot, but Bindi's just settled down, trying to get the sheep to be a bit more compliant. You look through the draw, there's quite a few of the Shawndar dogs and bitches in the draw. Grantley's just easing Bindi in, just getting the sheep used to having a dog out there with them. They're not running off her too much. But now that they know she's there, they're saying, well, how do we get past this dog and or this bitch and back to our mates? Bindi's just walking up on the 3. She's managed to turn him around, so she's got a bit of a win. Now she's just going to try to ease him across the course. It's probably 40 metres from where she is to where Grantley is. Each of those little gaps is 9 metres, so it's 9 metres from where Grantley is to the next tennis ball on the ground. Just a little bit of a standoff there. Bindi's slowly swinging them around, but I think she knows that they'll make a bolt back down the course if she's not really careful. I guess Grantley's realised that too, because he's just telling her to be steady. Don't push them too hard. Cause
Bindi, here. Keep your toes and stay. Here. Stay there. Here. Here. Stay.
Grantley's just put his whistle in his mouth. Quite often the sheep will be startled if the handler's changing the volume and tone of their voice towards the dog. So we're trying to use the whistle when the sheep get in closer. A lot of these people are using the whistles that are available through the Australian Working Stock Dog magazine. Sure, Laura McKillop's somewhere on site. She was heading down this direction yesterday. You can see Bindi's got him across. Still plenty of time to get around the course. She just needs to bring him to Grantley's left, back up towards the camera position and then down away towards that first obstacle. She's trying to push the sheep up, and doing that she's managed to get one of them to lose confidence in her. Wind swung around a little bit here, so still supposed to be a bit of drizzle this morning, so we'll see if the Bureau of Meteorology is correct or not. As soon as we're confident that the drizzle's all cleared, we'll put some more cameras out for you. So she's got them on the right, to the right area of the course. Wind's gusting up a bit, and they're through the pickup area. Grantley can now leave the set, which he's done. Let's try to work those sheep over to the gap. It's nicely done. It's not too happy, so they're going to make a bit of a run. And Grantley's decided to retire after that big break. We'll be back in a moment.
Advocate Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
On course now we have Stephen Cross from South Australia working, where I can find it here, Echo Park Lady. Stephen's a well-known trialer throughout Australia, not only just South Australia. He travels regularly. Nice looking cast, but there's a moving head which the dog didn't cause. And they're stopping close to the fence, so I hope there's enough room for the dog to get behind. Stephen stopped the dog for the purposes of having the sheep move further away from the fence. That was a sensible move. It rained overnight at Stanthorpe, about 12 mil I was told. Didn't break the drought, but is very welcome, settled the dust. And although it's cloudy, very cloudy, the sun's coming out in patches. And it's only 11 degrees Celsius. The dog hasn't come to the point of balance where he moves and the sheep moves, but he's walking up very slowly. And that was the lift, but it went horizontal, not straight ahead to the trailer. And now they're blocked behind the wings of the gap. That'll be fun getting around, and one of our judges is over on my left, smiling about where the sheep are and the predicament. Lady's an interesting dog. She was named the South Australian Dog of the Year in 2020 and 23 and won the South Australian Championship in 23. Lady represented Australia and New Zealand in 23 and she won the Champion of Champions at the National and placed second in the same year. That's significant. For those who don't know, the Nationals have a competition towards the end of the open round where the various champions throughout the state come and compete. So they're dogs of superior quality. And to win that and then come second in the open is a significant achievement for Lady and Stefan, together with him representing Australia. So he's a very experienced trialer indeed and has a reasonable pack of dogs. You would have seen he moved them quite well around the race and brought them up. Lost a few points from changing corridor, but now they seem to be under control. But from their first run before the connection between the dog and the sheep on the cast, they appear to be settled with this dog. Given the way the trial's been going over the past few days, the sheep have been very flighty and they're starting to exhibit a bit of that now, but Lady's there to block them and turn them. And as usual, with the trial, when they come round behind the trailer, they see an open space and the dog's behind them. So what do? They get as far away from the dog as possible, and that was about close to 18 metres as well as being off course, so a total of 3 points at least. And the split, and off course again. So Dan, because of the rain, how many cameras do you have out there working?
This one is small, but the two other ones out. And that's when they're not going to get wet. We want to keep them in good condition before they go.
So what ones are showing?
Just this one.
The one with the main camera. Well, they're expensive items, those cameras, there's no doubt about that. I withdraw those comments about the sheep not running. They seem to have got a new spurt of life a quarter of the way through the course, and that was very, very close to a cross. And the sheep crossing the dog would have been tragic. But Lady is very experienced and would know to avoid that almost instinctively. The sheep have been consistently through the 5 days from Saturday a little bit frisky and wild and running. So there haven't been many high scores, even with superior dogs. In fact, in some ways, the sheep are determining what score the dog will get. Well, certainly they're determining that there's not going to be any 90s so far. And Stefan has a few more dogs to go, so Lady, who is a very experienced dog, has been brought out relatively early in the draw. Beautifully done. Through the race. Those who have been watching the trial on YouTube for the last couple of days will have noticed that there's only one main camera working now. That's because of the rain last night, and Dan's cameras are quite expensive, so they're undercover and not being used until he's content the rain has stopped. But with a very powerful lens on the main camera, it's doing a very good job of showing the trial. Hopefully the sun will come, the rain clouds will go, and we'll have all 4 cameras working again. Stefan brought them up reasonably on course. Now they're off again. But Lady turned them beautifully. When you're at the bridge, it just takes one head to move and go round the edge, and they peel the points off you. If you've just started to watch the trial, I should tell you that each trialer starts with 100 points, and if they don't get the gap, that's 3 points. If they don't get the race, that's 7 points. If they don't get the bridge, that's 10 points. And if they don't get the pen, that's 20 points. In addition, there are 60 points for coursework, where they're on and off course, far too far ahead, too far behind. So Stefan's on the last leg of the course now, tragically leaving them behind. He's lost a few course points, but Lady has been working very well to get them through the obstacles, particularly the bridge, which has been a problem for many trialers during the course of this trial with these difficult sheep. As one trialer said a few days ago, the sheep are great because they're really testing the dogs, and they have been consistently testing the dogs all through the trial. Lady's got to turn them, and turn them sufficiently that they go into the pen and not see the gap outside on the right-hand side and go through, take another 3 points, but Lady has worked them in very, very well. And Stefan is now closing the gate, and Lady is there on the edge of the gate, blocking the sheep that's very well done. And we'll have a score for Stefan in a few moments. Stefan had a 59.5. Well, we're here with Martin Powell. He's waiting for the judges to come up. Outside of work, he enjoys sailing, and inspired by his daughter, a former 3-sheep trialer, developed a passion for sheepdog. Drift is a 10-year-old border collie, acquired in 2017 for his daughter, who ran him in the 2019 Australian Supreme at Dalby. His daughter retired from the sport when she was 16, and Martin took over the running and training of Drift and continued running him in local trials. This is Drift's second Supreme experience and his first one together, and Martin's now coming up to the peg. Andy having those crib sheets that the trialers have given to the organisers. Some of them are quite comprehensive, others are almost breathless in their brevity. Interesting cast, the dog's moving quite slowly, unlike many other dogs who really run into the cast. Running shape and a running dog. No lifters yet. still running sideways. Drift doesn't seem to have got in touch with them. He's turned them. And they're coming towards the trailer. But running across. Not what's wanted on the draw. This is the third round, and they started at 111, and they're now up to 125, which isn't bad, seeing it's only just coming up to 10 o'clock. So they're getting through the dogs in almost 4 an hour, but not quite. That's about average. 15-minute trial. You can clearly see what's happening here. The trailer is trying to get them to go around in a U shape, around behind him. But the sheep don't seem to want to move. A bit of stamping of hoof. Martin's weaving drift across the front of the sheep to try and get them to turn. And reluctantly they moved but didn't turn. With your camera still under protection, Dan, did you check the forecast for today as well as last night? So is there more rain expected today?
Is it possibly up to midday, not be drizzle, but after that should be fine.
Good. Well, after lunch you can set up the all 4 cameras again. Hopefully. Drift doesn't seem to have presence on these sheep. They're not fleeing to get away. They're just standing there looking at the dog. Not wanting to move. Eyeball to eyeball. No matter what movement Martin is having Drift do, it doesn't seem to have affected the sheep. And time is running against Martin. Now, 7 minutes, 15 seconds left. An acquaintance of mine, when I was sharing my enjoyment of sheepdog trials, made the comment that it's like watching paint dry or grass grow. In some eyes, that certainly would be their view. But what they miss out on is the skill of the dog, the temperament of the sheep, and the combination with the trailer. As Ken Robinson said, one of the judges, there are 5 minds out there, 3 sheep minds, 1 dog mind, and a trailer's mind. And to getting them in sync is an art form. And I wonder if the New Zealanders are watching to see how the sheep are behaving and then working out their techniques of dealing with it. Do we have many people watching this morning, Dan? I was
Western Australian guys have got a trial to go to in Western Australia today, so ends up being about 500 to 600 views by the end of the day.
Well, I was late yesterday afternoon. A couple came and spoke to me when I was outside, and they said they were listening to me at 2:30 in the morning. And I said, "What, did you suffer from insomnia?" She said, "Yes, but you put me to sleep." I took that as a compliment. And regretfully, this trialer is not going to succeed. He hasn't got round the peg yet, and there are 4 minutes 50 seconds left. And I suspect that both judges will now be saying points being deducted quite heavily for lack of progress. Certainly there has been a lack of progress, very substantial lack. Where are the runny sheep? These are ones are now just standing there doing nothing. And poor Drift can't get to move them. And our trialer has decided to Drift will not have a score. And our next trailer will be Bailey Knight with Bale's Treasure, another Queensland dog. He's a plumber by trade, and as Dan said, printing money. He's been trialling for 10 years and has a current pack of 10 dogs. And I don't know what number Treasure is, and whether he's brought a pack of 10 here.
We can leave them out. It would have been good for you. I know, they haven't been doing good today, have they?
Short-haired border collie dog. You'll notice in the 3 sheep trials that the dogs always wear a collar. In the yard trial, the collars are taken off them so they don't get caught being close up with the sheep, particularly in the drafting race.
Advocate Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. Alright.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
Working dogs, you already know one thing. They don't stop. Early mornings, long days, hard work. So what you're feeding them actually matters. That's why I use Dogpro Plus Working Dog. It's proudly Australian owned and Australian made product, built for our conditions, not overseas ones. This is a complete and balanced formula designed to keep your dog
Sorry for that hiatus. The green light went out and the microphone disconnected from the transmitter, but with Dan's excellent help, we're back here, trialling. From the commentary box, we can't hear the commands that are being given to the dog, but certainly something happened and the sheep broke, but then they didn't go very far. Certainly they didn't come towards the trailer, so Bailey's having a little bit of problem. Now they're going the wrong way, back towards the let out, and our trailer, because of the situation, is trying to stop the dog getting bad habits, has retired. So Martin Powell with Wilbo, the Bailey Knight rather, with Bowles Stresher, will not get any points. Our next competitor is 127. Andrew Kershaw, working Rosona D.
Big day. Other one tomorrow. Reliable fuel for dogs who work today and go again tomorrow.
Advocate Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. Alright.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
Andrew has a New South Wales registered dog. We can't find a crib sheet about him, unfortunately. But again, a moving head against the fence, but the judge sent the dog. D has managed to get behind them, but hasn't blocked them, and the sheep is still running right around the course, and they're back from the fence, so there shouldn't be a cross, but with the running sheep like this and the dog moving, you just never know. But Andrew has stopped the dog to allow the sheep to move away from the fence, then sent them forward. It seems to be working. They're certainly stationary now, and you may not be able to see them on the screen, just at the bottom right hand corner. Again, the dog has to have a presence on the sheep to move them successfully, and D seems to be doing that as they're coming forward to Andrew at the first peg. Coming into view on the screen now. These sheep seem to want to move off the dog, but not in the direction that Andrew would wish them to go. Successful now, but they saw an open space and ran, as they have done in previous runs. Of course, but Andrew's decided to start walking down to the gap. He's calling D to bring them back on course. D is going a little bit too far forward. It's blocking the sheep rather than having them move forward. Now they're running again, and he's going to cross in front of them to block them, and back. They're facing the gap. And again D went too far and forced them away, across the front of the gap and around, and that's 3 points. Still not back on the correct side of the gap. Strange sheep. They'll stand still for minutes or run. D's presence hasn't got them moving as before. And again, D went too far, blocked them rather than turning them. Well, they've gone through the wrong way, but at least now they're on the correct side of the gap. He's got to turn them again. But unfortunately did not succeed, and one sheep went right round the outside and came back through the gap. These sheep are expert in peeling points off trailers. They're through now. And Andrew has started to walk towards the race. They are the sheep move, and then mill, and then stand and wait for the attention of the dog. They are certainly testing sheep for the dogs, and during this trial we have some very successful working dogs. Now, what caused them to now, when they didn't before, heaven only knows. But certainly Diaz blocked them from going around the edge of the race now. Very well done. Was well done, but the sheep decided to break. And he was there to block them, but not quick enough, unfortunately. So they're still near the front of the entrance to the race, but on the other side. These sheep just peel off the points. But they went through the race successfully. And no doubt Andrew was having a sigh of relief having achieved that. He hasn't had a straight run at either of the two obstacles so far, and what horror might await him when he gets to the bridge, we'll soon find out. Well, now it's moved up to 12 degrees Celsius, a balmy Wednesday morning in Stanthorpe, but everyone's still rugged up. Pretty successful run from the race to the bridge, mostly on course, but he may have the luck of the Irish, and Andrew has, because the sheep went over without a worry. He's got plenty of time, 4 minutes, 15 seconds left to get from the bridge to the pen. Sheep are running, they're just gone off course. He was there to block them, but had an overrun. Yes, blocked. Perhaps I should explain what an overrun means. If the sheep are running and you want to block them, you've got to get to virtually close to the front of the head so the sheep can clearly see that you have the dog in front of them. If the dog stays to the side and doesn't go forward of the head of the first sheep, that is when the sheep can be turned. So sending the dog to block or to turn, sometimes the dog will go further than necessary for the turn and block, and the reverse can happen. If the dog doesn't get quite to the head of the sheep and face them, the sheep can continue to run as they see the dog on their side and want to get away. It's a question of balance. And there have been overruns by the sheep or by the dog here today and on previous runs. But Andrew's bringing them around from the back of the pen. The sheep are moving quietly right now. And you'll see Dee's on the side trying to turn them, and Dee's done that. There was an overrun. Dee went too far and turned one sheep away, while two are left looking into the pen. And by sending Dee to get the lone sheep, which is outside, it may cause the other two to leave the wing of the pen. Which is what happened. Now he's got to put them back into the pen again. Again, overrun one too far, turn the sheep away. But he's getting better at it now. The sheep are milling. Stop, yes, good. Didn't go too far. Sufficient to be on the side of the sheep, the eyes, and got them in the pen. Well done, with 3 seconds to go to complete the closing of the gate. Given the state and activity of the sheep, Dee did a very good job. We'll have a score shortly. John Cantrell from Dubbo. Dan was just checking whether it had been still on the list. Former firefighter, now works in the sale yards as Dubbo. He's been trialling for 20 years, married to Jackie, who was also a trialer, and has been running the Dubbo trial for many, many years. He would know many of the trialers then. Here's Dog. Boots is 10 years old, so we'll see how experience works. Dan spoke too soon. He said that the sheep were in the appropriate position from their release, but once the dog started running, the sheep decided that was the thing to do, and they ran a full 90 degrees around the arc of the ground. They're now about 10 metres away from the trailer on his right hand side, moving towards the trailer, but certainly that run through the 90 degree arc will have cost a considerable number of points, and our very experienced judge, who's the walking judge, has moved almost 60 degrees to find a new course for John. By way of personalia, John was one of the judges, of two judges, on the third round of the Ted Gabby competition. He successfully completed the draw, and again, I mean the word again, the sheep haven't done a sharp U-turn. They've run straight behind the trailer, off course. So 2 points off course and being 9 metres away. So there's 2 points there. But John has now decided to walk, trusting in his dog to be able to bring them back online very quickly. Ultimately back on course. Boots might be an appropriately named dog. White markings around the bottom of each of its forelegs. Given the angle here, we can't say whether they've been left behind or not. But our walking judge will certainly notice that. And also the going off course. John is in the ring at the gap. Very successfully manoeuvred through the gap, but they saw freedom and started to run and run off course. So my estimate would be 3 points for the run, for the length of being off course, and one for going off course, 4. But they appear to be on course now, but still left behind. Boots are succeeding in moving them forward. Will he be able to block them going around the edges of the race? Viewers, you can see what's happening. He's getting into the wings of the race, but one moved out. There's almost a standoff with stamping of hooves, but Boots has turned them into the race and through it, and he has been very successful in getting around to the head to block them going off course, and then slowly turning them to come onto the course to the bridge. In bringing them up, Boots has gone to the top of the head and blocked them rather than say on the side and move them forward. That's not uncommon with dogs, and it's a judgment of the trial as to how he can stop them doing that. And John is in the circle. These very experienced trialers either go around with their hands in their pockets, particularly if they don't use a stick, or arms folded, so the judge can't say your arm movements have affected the sheep adversely or inappropriately. Remember, you can command a dog with whistle, voice, or stick. Not yet in the wing of the bridge, but close. Once they're in the wing, if they go backwards towards the race, that's a loss of points. The judges are looking for a flowing entry into the wing of the bridge and flowing freely across and the bridge and off it. Challenge there by the sheep, and the dog didn't bite but stood its ground. Four minutes 57 seconds left. Ample time if he can get the bridge in the next 30 seconds or more. Again, the sheep challenged the dog, but stood his ground and didn't bite. The sheep backed off. John is trying to get Boots to weave across the front of the sheep to turn their heads, so at least one of them is looking up at the bridge. So far it's not been successful. There was another minor challenge by one of the sheep to the dog, and Boots successfully stood ground. The sheep again backed off. It's the luck of the draw. Today we've had the sheep go over the bridge without any difficulty, and we've had sheep standing at the bridge, not moving at all, and time ran out. One started to look, changed their mind. Now Boots turned one, went 3/4 of the way up, but then turned her head again and decided to come down. So he's back in the same position. Whether he can get that other dog to do it. Another challenge by the sheep. Boots stood their ground and the sheep backed off. Another challenge, unsuccessful, but caused a break. So there'll be points lost for leaving the inside of the wings and for going around the edge. Again, another challenge by the sheep, and again. The sheep has returned to the 3, still in the wings. These sheep want to challenge Boots, but Boots is capable of standing their ground. And one jumped over him, broke again. And time's running short. 1 minute 10 seconds to go. One finds it difficult to know what else Boots could have done. Met 4 or 5 challenges by the sheep. Stood his ground all that time. The sheep broke. John is causing the dog to weave in front of them again, trying to turn them. He knows that if he doesn't get the bridge, he's lost 10 points. Together with the pen, another 20. Together with what else he's lost. And there's another break. 3 points for. And John has decided to retire, realising Boots wasn't going to move those difficult sheep. So he will have no score. Is next. He was born in Armidale, and his father and grandfather and great-grandfather are all working stockmen, and he started working dogs as a teenager. He has an MGH band, that's Michael George Hudson. Conan is his first and best collie, and is the son of MGH Rabbit. And everyone in the trialling ground will know the success of Michael Hudson with his dog Rabbit. And I'll have a little break while this trial is coming. short hiatus. Justin is in the ring at the gap, and the sheep seem to be moved through it. And Conan has caused the dogs to run, but blocked them very successfully. Conan's side by Rabbit should provide an interesting parentage. The sheep are running, but Conan is blocking them successfully, enabling Justin to catch up. But they appear to be running on course. Because of the rain, Dan has only one camera working, and that's undercover here in the commentary box. The other three are sheltered from the rain. So probably by this afternoon, the rain will have gone. He'll put them back out over the lunch break and hope the rain is gone. The forecast, he tells me, was for light showers in the morning but clear in the afternoon. So during lunchtime, the 4 cameras will be set up again, and you'll have a more comprehensive view of the course and the trial. Justin's having a bit of a problem with the sheep at the race. They seem to be in front of, but not in the wings of the race yet. You can see what's happening there. 2 went through, and on the outside 1 went through, or by them. So he hasn't successfully completed the races yet, but at least 2 sheep have seen where they're supposed to go. Perhaps they'll take the rest. And again, this time 3 went on the outside. Not what Justin would have wished. But Connor's not doing a bad job, but not uncommon. Justin has decided to retire, so there'll be no score. Our next competitor is 130, Sarah Sidic, working Windia Eliza. Sarah is a well-known lady in the trialling area in Queanbeyan and Canberra. I believe she is president of the Nationals Committee, which runs a very significant trial in March, April of every year at the Hall Showground. Sarah is also active in the Bungendore Club, which puts on 3 trials a year as well as training days for members. And it can be said that Sarah, with her committee at the Nationals, over the 3 or 4 years they have been implementing changes, have made the Nationals into a very major and very successful trial. And it's a delight to see ladies coming into the trialling ground, and certainly from Bungendore there are quite a few ladies who have become successful triallers. And Sarah's now coming onto the ground. After Sarah's run, there'll be a short break in the commentary while I go and speak to her. Now, the white flag's still up, the sheep are coming out, but this time the let-out people have a man to the right to try and block the sheep running to the far right, which they have done in the past. The sheep are now stationary and just milling. But they've started to move to the right again, but the blocking person has well on the fence because it's now time for the dog to do it. Not a bad cast, but there's been no lift as yet. Sheep want to run horizontally rather than vertically. One has broken away, but Sarah's commanded the dog to stop, but then sent him when the two remaining tried to join the first. The first is still running substantially, joined by the other two, and again another runner. Oh, there's a problem. Yes, there's the problem. The problem was the sheep crossed the dog. That was a tragedy for Sarah. It does happen in trialling, but it doesn't make it any more pleasant. Have the dog called Windia, and that's from a well-known breeder in the Canberra, Goulburn area. Prefix Windia.
Advocate Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. Alright.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
So on course now is Linda Denning and Bobby. She would have done a run out to the right like they've done quite a few times this morning. So Linda's from Braidwood in New South Wales. She's an artist teacher. And this is Bobby. She was given as a pup. It's her first dog that she trained. She's a character, very small, and the boss of all the other dogs. So Linda and Bobby have got the sheep down to the gap. They're just trying to work them through. There've been a couple of attempts, and this one looks like it's been successful. It's quite gusty outside. Little glass box we're sitting inside is being buffeted a bit. Linda and Bobby are now keeping the sheep fairly under control. There's a little off course there, just as they tried to con Bobby into letting them have a bit more room than they should have. And Bobby brought them back on course and within touch of Linda. Just gone around the outside of the gap, around the race I should say. So Linda will bring them back. It's actually brought them back through the race, but I'm not sure if they're taking that as completed. They have. Not really wanting to come up the hill means they're leaving their mates. But sheep generally don't like going up or downhill, or uphill anyway. That's another reason they don't like going over the bridge. Unfortunately, she's had a bit of a split around the bridge, so she'll have to. She's got them to rejoin, I guess, and come back to the front of the bridge. She had one go on her left and two on the right of the bridge. Back at the face of the bridge now. So those 3 sheep are trying to take Bobby on, but Bobby's standing ground. Got wind gusts around 30 kilometres an hour today. West-southwest, nice and cool. So Linda's decided to retire. She wasn't getting too far with Bobby on that obstacle. On course now is Martin Campbell with Anderson's Bell. Martin's just trying to get Bell to go back around the sheep. Sheep have actually come up the ground and Bell's taken the weight of the sheep. They have been wanting to run to this corner. Just managed to turn him back on course, but there's a bit of a split there and a turntail. Just trying to work out which ones to bring back to where. So Martin's sent Bell to get the 2 to bring back to the 1. They're right on the other side of the course. Hiding behind our window frame here. So Martin's 24 from Biddiston, 25 kilometres west of Toowoomba. Works for Ergon on site. Enjoys training and working his training his working dogs. 3 sheep working is very addictive, and you can do it into your senior years. I don't think he's senior yet. So he's got this. Bell's got the sheep a bit more under control, the 2. Now, the other one's just running around by itself the rest of the course, and Martin was hoping that that one would actually come and join up, but Doesn't look like it's interested in joining up with the two that are up here. So he'll have to make a decision what he's going to do, whether he's going to try to take the two down to the one or the one up to the two, because he won't be able to complete the course unless he gets more to come.
That's it.
So the judges have called it. The judges actually called it as a cross. So
Big day. Other one tomorrow. Reliable fuel for dogs who work today and go again tomorrow.
Denise Hawes on course with Mercy. She's cast Mercy to her right. Sheep has seen Mercy. You can see they've suddenly stopped their grazing. Denise is just trying to get Mercy to go behind, out and behind. I think Mercy can see that the weight of the sheep has been to the left-hand side of the course, or to the side that she's on, and that sheep's taken a bit of a bolt. Mercy's suggested the sheep should go back to its friends. Just waiting for the two to join up with the one. That one's still going, leading them out. You can see they've actually gone past their put-away pen. Mercy's dropped down just out of sight of yourselves until we get this other cameras out this afternoon in front of the, I think it's a John Boucher stand. See the sheep are heading back onto course, away from the fence that they've been heading towards. Denise is just trying to work them back across to her left-hand side. Still has plenty of time left. The actual course can usually be completed once they've got past the casting peg. They can usually complete the course in 9 minutes. First, he's just putting a bit of pressure on those sheep to get them to walk to Denise's left. So it's been a couple of spots of rain on the roof. Can't really see anything hitting the ground that much, but it's just enough to keep the sheep unsettled. I think this is Denise's second or third. She's got 3 dogs entered. This is she was definitely out there yesterday. I can't remember if I recall seeing her this morning. The weight of the sheep's been a lot different today to yesterday. Yesterday they weren't running up the ground like they have been today. and set up nicely through the gap.
Maybe that ball has changed after that into the. Number 26.
So for those of you that are interested, we haven't abided by President Trump's idea that flags should be at half-mast because of Dolly Parton's passing. So I'm sure we might see President Trump singing some Dolly Parton songs or something like that, just to make sure we keep in line. Yeah, it's nicely done. It comes slightly out the, slightly off course there. Denise has brought Mercy around. Sheep are grazing, so they're not too stressed, which is good. So hopefully that means there won't be confrontations further up the course. They're actually walking sort of just off to Denise's right. So she's sort of holding the right-hand side, but it looks like they're saying, okay, where do we want to go? They're looking as if they want to try to get past Denise back towards their mates. But Mercy's just giving her some good backup. It's a nice little block there. They were saying that thinking about going back down the ground. Sheep in the middle would have just had a look up there, but I don't think it's a leader, so it's gone back to its mates. The one on the right's a bit saying, I want to take you on, stamping its feet. The one at the end's, one on our left, is actually seeing the gap as well, so. So Mercy was thinking of working on that one on our left. They said, no, don't do that just yet. The one on our right is going to think about blowing past you. Yeah, she's got the wrong end of the sheep looking at the gap. Well, not really looking at the gap. Yeah, clock's getting away from Denise here. That'll be time. Let's wait for the buzzer to go.
Computers are strange. Someone said me.
Well, I must have had the clock set wrong there. Must have reset it from the previous trial. So Denise and Mercy still have time to get around the course. She's not looking too stressed or at her watch. She's trying to get Mercy to convince those sheep to roll around. She had them looking earlier, but now they're totally focused on where Mercy is. Denise is trying to get Mercy to take pressure off the sheep so that they stop staring at her.
last trialer retired, and we now have Matthew Parsons from Turumpa in Queensland, formerly a Royal Australian Air Force person, retired after 20 years. In 2017, he and his partner started sheep trialling soon after they bought and began building Collie Creek working dogs. It's a small hobby farm set up primarily to raise and train 3 sheep trial working dogs. He'll be working 2 dogs. This one is Chippy, a 5-year-old bitch bred and trained here at Collie Creek. He also has another dog, Gibson's Villain, also known as Knox, which is a 2-year-old male bred by Jeff Gibson, formerly of New South Wales and now of Queensland. So Chippy, 5 years old. We'll see how it goes. Good luck, Matthew.
Morning, Jeff. Morning.
Matthew is number 134 on the list for today. Time's on. Again, a moving head. The let-out man tried to block them, but didn't succeed, but they're stationary now. And Chippy's on the job. The sheep turned and they're running away, and Chippy's after them, not getting quite to the head to block them, but has now. Took twice before achieving that. Gazane, horizontal run, not coming up to the trailer, probably 2 points for that break. And one of our judges is coming to move. We can start a new course, 4.5 metres either side of the trailer, to bring them up on the draw. The sheep are not happy, but they're moving up towards the trailer. Still within the corridor, the imaginary corridor, both sides, but that has changed. These sheep have been consistent all day, ready to run, non-amenable to discipline of the dog. unlike other trialers, he managed to get them up to his peg, almost. Now the U-turn is required. And again, the U-turn wasn't as tight as it should be, but at least they didn't run too far off course until now, when they came round. Matthew has commenced walking, and he's going to bring the sheep back on course, hopefully. But the sheep have a different view. Now on course. Chippy is blocking them reasonably well, but not always successfully. I think he was instructed to go one way when he wanted to go another way, and then his owner decided that was right. But they're close to the fence now, beyond the gap. This is always dangerous, but the dog's behind them. No sign of a cross occurring. I hope I didn't speak too soon. Chippy is bringing them back on course. They're now on course. The sheep are looking to go back to the original peg, but Chippy's come round to block them and to turn them through the gap. Again, blocking effectively, and they're through the gap. Well done. Again, these sheep want some exercise. They're certainly giving the dog exercise. 3/4 away along with the distance between the gap and the race, and then they've turned and gone back the other way. The points are peeling off them. Perhaps that's their objective in life, to give every trialer a lower score than what the dog would otherwise deserve. They have been testing sheep all through the trial from Saturday on. Minutes and left, and he's at the race. The sheep are about 4 metres away from the wing on course, and Dan, you'll be pleased to know, coming in from the west is some clear sky. It's that way. North there. Well done through the race, and Chippy has blocked them going off course. Little Chippy's working very well, but the sheep are testing him regularly. Now in the ring, coming on course to line them up out for the bridge. Blocked. It's up and running. Blocked again. These sheep don't want to settle. Blocked again. But not yet in the wing of the bridge. Stationary sheep eyeing the dog. Dog's weaving gently back and forth, trying by his presence to turn the sheep towards the bridge. In the fast, when the pressure comes too much, the sheep don't turn, they just run. It frustrates the trailer, frustrates me, and must make the dog frustrated as well. Chippy is doing everything a dog could do in this position, but he hasn't moved the sheep. It's difficult to know what else Chippy could be asked to do to move the sheep. One's half looking towards the bridge. Again, they milled. If the dog gets frustrated with the lack of motion of the sheep, he might just jump in. Normally, on working dogs in these courses on the 3 sheep, barking is rarely used. I've only seen it twice, but perhaps a bark, if used now, the command to speak, might just move those sheep. In frustration, our trailer has decided to walk off, and understandably so. Chippy could have been learning bad habits. Our next competitor is Martin Waddingham, working Lana's Ginger.
Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
Martin Waddingham, number 135, from Westbury, Tasmania. He's been trialling for about 20 years, enjoys 3 sheep and utility, has a small property in a country town. This is his 3rd time representing Tasmania. He was in the Ed Gabby competition, and he has his dog, Ginger, which he says is a very promising young bitch, becoming one of his favourites. He's fairly easy to work and strong when needed. Well, strength rather than the softness will be a challenge. The sheep, after the cast, have run almost 90 degrees, and that was very close to a cross with these sheep there. But fortunately it didn't occur. But that was a cross. Tragically, a very short run for Martin. The next one is Douglas Taylor with another of Michael Hudson's dogs, Tara. Michael Hudson seems to be selling quite a good dogs with his prefix MGH. Given Michael's outstanding success in the trialling world, his breed is probably very desired. Now the sheep are released. One of the men are at the side to block them running too far to the right, but it didn't succeed. The sheep are 10 degrees off the centre of the let-out. They're now running. The dogs are slowing down about 9 metres. The sheep are running towards the dog. The dog moved to block them and stop them, which was done quite successfully. Ginger may be a male or female, I can't tell from this distance. But the sheep are moving horizontally to the right. Not moving towards Douglas. Slowly moving forward, incrementally rather than substantially. Sheep move forward, then stop and mill. When the sheep decide to run, regretfully they don't go in the direction they're supposed to, because it's been a tedious draw with incremental movements, then stopping, and then slowly moving Ginger again, or Tara rather. Draw is almost complete. Now the U-turn, but the sheep have gone through the marker and were but now no longer on course. The sheep have a habit of splitting. Came back the wrong way. And Douglas is walking away towards the gap. The sheep came on course, saw an open space and went off course. Another split. And I think there was a cross there. Yes, there was. And that's tragic for Douglas. But it was the sheep crossing the dog. But it doesn't make it less effective as a cross. Our next competitor, and the last one before lunch, is Barry Payton. Barry is a Victorian but an honorary New South Wales person. He is president of the Victorian Council and has been active in trialling for over 20 years. Mentored by the late Ross Dodge and has some of his wine available to him. He has been a regular contributor of trials in both Victoria and New South Wales and assists the committee at the Nationals in helping setting up the course and generally being very, very useful and handy. Barry has a reasonable pack of dogs, but he has a few more to go, so he's about in the middle of his pack. Most trialers bring out their younger and weaker dogs to start with and keep their better dogs until towards the very end of the competition. Walks out with a purpose, with Peyton's Cately. Bill Peyton, the late Bill Peyton, was a well-known breeder of dogs, ran the Commonwealth Trial in Port Fairy in Victoria for many, many years, and bred some very interesting dogs. Also, Barry has his own breed as well. Flags up and time's on. Good strong cast, but he stopped him because he thought he was going to cross with the sheep were moving. The sheep were stationary, now stationary, having been blocked, but they're running to the left now. Katie is blocking them successfully, but there would have been points because of the horizontal lift, not the vertical one. Again, horizontal running, but turned. Coming towards Barry. Not the draw he would have wished for, but the one he got with the sheep, he has been delivered. Barry is working Katie from a distance, well back. It seems that Katie has sufficient presence that even at such distance, the sheep can be controlled. Again, because of the name, I assume it's a female dog, but you can never be sure. Because the sheep have been difficult to move, Barry has brought Katie in, so the dog is about 2 meters away from the sheep. Caused the movement, but it was only milling. Successfully moving. Katie isn't coming much closer now, almost cheek by jowl. The sheep don't like that. They're stamping their hoofs, but not moving. sheep moved, but Katie went too far forward and blocked the sheep rather than turning them into you. Had to come back. Barry's lined them up nicely in the centre of the corridor. Katie's working beside them, but unfortunately the sheep have their own mind. One broke to the left. They've started to move down the corridor. Katie is about, well, it was 9 metres away. Came in, has blocked them from moving out of the corridor. Working from the front, but has now been brought round, but back again. Barry's trying to keep the pressure up on the side to have them move forward. But when they start to move, Katie goes and blocks them. But wasn't quick enough then to block them before they went off course again. Have some sympathy for the little dogs. You will have heard the commands being given, almost different commands, one voice after another, with only seconds between them, and the dog's got to absorb the new command and act. The sheep are back on course, directly in front of the gap, or were, but they've now decided, having gone through and two gone round, we're going to teach this dog. It's dangerous, they're very close to the fence, but Katie is working well back behind the sheep. Katie won't have a cross unless the sheep cross her. They're coming back relatively nicely, but starting to run again. And Katie has to go across and block them, and has done so. And they're looking at the gap, and they've gone through it, fortunately. 7 minutes left. Running sheep, more than 9 metres ahead of Barry. Peeling off the points. I suspect they're enjoying it. There they go again. Going backwards. Three metres out from the wings of the race. Moving forward. And Barry, you had some remarkable luck or good fortune. Whatever, they went through very comfortably, and you have 6 minutes left. But again, the sheep, having performed beautifully once, have decided, we'll show you. And they've gone backwards and off course. still off course. Barry's in the ring. The sheep are on his right-hand side. The wings of the bridge are on his left-hand side. The sheep want to run to the left, but Katie's there blocking them effectively. Stopped her beautifully. He could have gone too far, but two have gone over and one's gone round. Now to bring them back on course. Four minutes and 10 seconds to go. Ample time if he can get the bridge on this approach. They're still going around the wrong way. Now to be brought back again. Now about 10 metres from the wings of the bridge. Katie's blocked them. The sheep are looking forward to the bridge. Katie's on the left-hand side. They've started to walk up, and they have successfully completed it, and they're on course with 3 minutes, 10 seconds to go. From the commands Barry's giving, he's not content with what Katie is doing, but she's moved forward and blocked the sheep, and they're still on course as I judge it. Katie's gone to block them as they tried to come off course. Yes, Barry, don't let them go too far, and they're going into the pen. It was more by good luck than good management, but they're clear of the line of the gate. So Barry's now started to walk, and is Katie going to act as his wingman? Yes, well done. With 1 minute 30 seconds to go. Well done, Barry. That completes the morning's trialling, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a break for about half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. We'll come back soon. And I hope you enjoy your luncheon as well, or evening meal or breakfast, depending where you are in the world. And thank you, Dan.
So on course now is Clinton Hall from Dalby, Queensland. He's a rural contracting and livestock worker. He's lived in Dalby for the last 10 years with his partner, Berry. Spent most of my life, well, Clinton spent most of his life in the Northern Australia. Horses, dogs and handling livestock are his passions. Having a good dog and a horse is a privilege. So this is Trapline Pretty. Trapline Pretty won a Queensland novice. And that's any info I've got about Trapline Pretty, but we'll see how he continues on. So the sheep have just gotten past the gap there, and Pretty's trying to work them back as a mob, not as individuals. About 9 metres away from where Clinton is. Got them lined up. Hopefully they'll think about doing the right thing and going through. There we go.
Is that your car's problem?
It's running there. It's running on that computer there.
It take much training to get the knowledge of computers and programming. Informal training or
Mostly for it. So here's it's not open doc or novice doc. There's the real saying, well, they're one novice.
We're back on the trial now. Next trialer is Ken Gelber, counsellor from Victoria. With his jog Trinity Cora, K-O-R-A. Blue sky up to the northwest. You may be able to get your cameras out. It's flying from the northwest.
Pretty well.
Cora is one of Jeb's better dogs. Was had some success in trialing. Time's been called. Again a moving head to the right of the let out. But Cora changed its pace, went out purposely in the cast, slowed down and now is just walking in. Cora's chosen what is considered the point of balance, and the sheep have moved but then stopped. So we're waiting for the lift. And the lift came, but it was again horizontal. These sheep don't want to move. If the wind's blowing from their backside to their head, that is from our left to our right. Your left to your right is from the trailer. So the wind is only causing them problems when they look to the northwest. And the wind's coming up that it's shaking the little hut we're in. I don't know how sensitive the microphone is, but we can certainly hear the wind around us blowing some velocity. Slowly the sheep are coming up. And they were, again off to their right, or to the right of the trailer. The pig. Yes, as Dan said, the dog's at a distance, keeping well away from the sheep, but still having some control on them, because there's moving back now to the left of the trailer. Slowly coming across to the front of the trailer before he makes them do the U-turn. And we now have 2 cameras working. The other 2 are still being protected from the rain, which still has the potential of coming in. So much for the accuracy of weather forecasts. Now they're past Ken on his left. Now the sharp U-turn. Dogs are working a little bit closer now, about a metre and a half from the sheep. Ken's completed his draw and successfully blocked the sheep from running off course. They're now in the middle of the course going down to the race. Sorry, the gap. By and large, when the triallers do complete the draw, it's taking about 5 minutes, which is unusual, but it shows the tenacity of the sheep not to move effectively and forward. Again, just ambly across the corridor line, taking points with them as they go, even though they were lined virtually directly in front of the gap. Of course, but still not behind the gap as yet. Cora's brought them across, they blocking them, they're in front of the space and they're through the gap nicely. Cora came out to block them but turned them and they ran the wrong way for about 2 meters. Now she's getting them back on course for the long walk to the next obstacle, being the race. The maximum score for which each dog start with is 100. Points are lost if they don't get the gap, that's 3 points. If they don't get the race, that's 7 points. If they don't get the bridge, that's 10 points. And if they don't get the pen, that's 20 points. 40 in all, and it leaves 60 for general coursework, which covers being off course, leaving behind, dog not working, tail turns, almost a myriad of misdemeanors. One sheep broke, others come back to the mob. And Kent's now lining them up for the race. They're just over to the right of the entrance. Cora's got to bring them back nicely, put them through the race without too much difficulty. Pleasure to see. But Kent has 5 minutes 45 seconds left. Ample time if there's no problem on the bridge. Either the sheep have had some pacifying meal for lunch, or Cora's a rather strong dog and can control them by and large. They're still willing to take points from the dog by regularly going off course, but Cora by and large has kept them moving nicely and smoothly so far through the course. They're about 12 metres from the bridge, coming back on course. Again, they need Cora's encouragement to stay on course, and she's locked them very nicely in front of the wings of the bridge. In past runs, the sheep have been reluctant to go up the bridge. Very easily to walk around the edge. Anything to avoid being locked into the wings. No sheep's looking, although they're in the wings. That is, they're not looking forward, tending to mill around in the wings. No sheep looking up. Eyes firmly fixed on the dog. If the dog's able to push the sheep back and the back legs get caught on the ramp going up, that'll disturb the sheep and they'll break. They don't like going up a ramp backwards. Not that I blame them, frankly. You can see what's going on out there, ladies and gentlemen. A repetition of previous trials. The sheep in the wing, milling, not being moved by the dog to go up the ramp, although one's gone up now. Unfortunately, he's taking the other two with him, but they're now standing on the ramp, and the dog has been called to go up. ramp to push the sheep forward. This is a very dangerous thing for the dog. He's so small and the sheep seem so big. But one of the sheep now have decided to go off the ramp and has encouraged the other two to look towards him, but they're still staying on the ramp. The dog's walking up behind them. Ken sent the dog round to try and get it to move away, the sheep to move away from the base of the ramp. What happened was it didn't, and another sheep jumped back on. So in the same situation, two on the ramp, one at the bottom. There's just enough room for the sheep on the ramp to turn, but he hasn't been able to succeed in doing that yet. It's sheepdog trialing. Anything can happen, and it usually does. And time has gone for Ken. His little dog worked very, very well with difficult sheep. Our next competitor is Lee Foster with my mate Shirley. My mate is her prefix, so she's likely bred them. Lee became one of the relatively early lady contestants. Originally there was Shirley Pye McMillan back in the 80s, and Lee came later on and has been a very successful competitor. She drafted the guidebook for judges, which was later taken on by the New South Wales Council and worked over by very senior judges, and is now the Bible for judges judging in New South Wales. A very effective little volume, and it's one I would commend for all judges throughout Australia.
Good luck, Lee. Yeah. So she'll adjust it on her own.
This is a good way away. The sheep haven't been looking.
Yeah.
Try and keep to get over.
Yeah, no, just when you say that, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
What did you do? Was it WD-40 you put on the door?
No, I moved to I put it on the rail strip.
Strange, that's how they're supposed to work, isn't it?
Yeah.
The sheep are released. There's a man at the let-out trying to block them, but he didn't do it very effectively, or try to, by waving a shovel at them. But they've moved about 20 metres from the let-out to the right of the trailer and our right, and Shirley's walking in from the cast very slowly, having changed her pace. They've stopped, and the sheep have lifted up reasonably well, and it was a good lift, but not directly to the trailer, but now they're straightening up the wrong way. And Shirley's working about 30 metres away from them, but the sheep notice the dog's presence because they're looking at her. "20 metres off to the right of the trailer, about 8 metres in front by a straight line. The dog's working nicely. The sheep are running across in front of Lee, ready to be brought down towards her and do the sharp U-turn.
Those three look more solid than the body.
Again, the sheep want to run horizontally, not vertically, and they've crossed in front of Lee.
Those three look pretty solid, actually.
But brought back by Shirley. Still looking for that U-turn.
They'll be 100 today. I'll put money on that.
Lee brought them up within 3 minutes, so with any luck, she'll have the draw completed in under 4 minutes, which is good. She has. And the sheep have gone round, still on course, blocked by Shirley. Oh, what a shame, just off course. Now, again, running off course at the other side. That'll be 3 points. 1 for going over the line and 2 for going more than 20 metres. Now you wonder what it would mean for a dog to get 100. Well, you have to imagine this. The dog is cast. The sheep are stationary after they're let out. The dog comes up to the point of balance. Could be 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. The dog stops, then moves. The sheep move directly towards the trailer in a straight line, staying within an imaginary 9-metre corridor till they come to the trailer's peg, move round it, turn, then the trailer walks towards the gap and keeps the sheep within 4 metres either in front or behind of her or him on their right hand side. The trailer gets to the circle where the gap is and the sheep moves straight through the gap. They turn sharply left and then stay within the course, again within 4 metres ahead or behind of the trailer on their right hand side as they move in a smooth motion all the way to the gap. The trailer gets to the circle of the gap. The sheep stop, have a look, and then go straight through, again turning sharply to the left to stay on course. They come on course to the bridge with no more than 4 metres ahead or behind of the right hand side of the walking trailer. Then they come to the bridge, they stop, they look, they go straight over. Again doing a sharp left hand turn and on course to the pen and go straight in. That is the 100-point run. It has been done. I have seen it, but not very often, I must confess. So the deviations from that perfect run is how in the judge's mind, the judge is observing the dog performing for them. Shirley's having some problems at the gap. They didn't want to go through, they went round, chased by Shirley. Now Shirley's bringing them back. They're still on the wrong side of the gap. He's got a choice of trying to bring them through on either end, or alternatively pushing them through the space between the wings and then turning them around and sending them back. So she elected to send them through the gap. Now the sheep are running again off to our left-hand side, about 4 points, running towards the let-out. Perhaps 5 points, and running on the right way back to Lee, but the dog is behind the sheep, but the sheep are very close to the fence. This is something where a cross could happen, but they've moved well away from the fence now, and Shirley's bringing them back to Lee, slowly. But again, they're on the wrong side of the gap. Through the gap on the correct side now. No, they're not. Yes, they are now, but they're going off to the right and running again. Given what was happening, Lee has decided to retire with Shirley. Shirley, one of her medium dogs, work very well. As I said, these are excellent trial sheep. They're testing every dog, whatever the quality.
On course now is Bernard McGlashan with Grass Valley Rose. Grass Valley Rose bred by Grant Cook of WA. Grant's still our clubhouse leader on a 93. You can see Bernard's got Rose behind the pen, just trying to get the sheep to respect Rose so that Rose can guide them around the course. Definitely got her, the sheep are definitely looking at her. It's fairly often she's managed to turn them and get them back on course. So Bernard's got to bring him another 6 metres, being it's a 9 metre course. So it'd be 6 metres to the left, then up past his left shoulder, around that post, and then down the course. So in effect, he's got to do a nice little loop like that. Just has to give the memo to the sheep, and he should be on his way. Sheep are saying, what is this animal? No, they're actually recognising her as a predator. Moving him back without breaking the bubble. Bubble's had a little area around where the sheep don't want to be near the dog. So that nice little left foot move there just to block the sheep going in front of Bernard. Now the sheep have gone past the little point in front of Bernard. Just has to get him to now continue on past his left shoulder. I need to cross this line here before he can leave his casting peg. Let's see how he goes. He's one of the top trialers in Australia, so there's a good chance that we can all learn something by watching this. He's got two sheep in the right direction, or they're all in the right direction, but looking over the shoulders to find out what's happening. She just has to convince them to take a few steps. It's a really fine balancing act between taking a few steps and running right down the ground. There you go. Past the point of balance, Bernard's left his peg. Sheep have decided they're going to go for a bit of a stroll. And Rosa's got to the point of balance and held him up. They're coming over and saying, "Who are you?" A bit of a dash down the ground now. So Bernard's going to bring him back. Or Bernard and Rose. About 7 or 8 metres past the gap. Just give it a little bump, just trying to get them to move. Got their attention. So he hasn't got far to bring him back. Will they go around Bernard? Yep, they've gone to his left. He's just asked Rose to run back and try to block him from going down that other right-hand side, which she's done. They're about 5 or 6 metres back from the gap. Got 5.5 minutes left, so he's okay on time. He's just got him through there. It's done. He's on his way. Left the sheep behind a little bit. He's got confidence in Rose to bring him up to him. The sheep are trying to take Rose on. Rose is just saying that's not on. And Bernard decided that that's going to work, not going to work out well. So he's retired. That's the end of his run.
Now Paul Darmody is about to come out in the Open Championship here at Stanthorpe. The sun's very nice coming through the glass of the hut, and given that the clouds are coming from the northwest, they're thinning out a bit, so we'll have a lot more sunshine. White flags up for the sheep to be released. And the trial's now on. Paul's running Marion. I accept what you say, Dan, but oh, Marlon with an L rather than an I. And again, these sheep like to run, peel the points off the trailer. Almost travelled a full 90 degrees around the oval, and now being turned by Marlon. But again, back running around, almost 180 degrees around the side of the oval. And now only straightening up because they're coming to the fence. Moving towards Paul slowly. The sheep should be exhausted after that run and be a little bit quieter, but apparently not so. Paul has brought them to the end of the draw, got the U-turn going, and again the U-turn becomes into an L-turn. But Marlon's there quick enough, but not quick enough to stop them going off course. Well, that's the quickest cast lift of all. And he took 2.5 minutes. But it was one where there was any potential for 10 points to be lost because of the way in which the sheep ran almost 180 degrees around the course. And they're off running again, off course, going towards the gap. Ball's in the ring, but they're still not on course. Perhaps 4 points because they're off course on the left-hand side for most of its length. They're moving towards the gap, but going straight past it. Another 3 points. They love to take the points off the dog, these sheep. That's why there have been no scores in the high 80s, 90s. No dog seems to be quite capable of getting them to move in the perfect run for a trial for 100 points. But there are better dogs that come out over the next few days. Paul completed the gap with not too much difficulty and has now started moving to the race. It's Wednesday, and according to the program tonight, the Australian Workers Sheepdog Association AGM will be held here in the hall, and I believe that at that time the venue for the 2027 Supreme will be announced. And on Thursday at midday there'll be the formal opening ceremony and the official dinner on Thursday evening. On Friday at 3 o'clock, a much anticipated competition between Australia and New Zealand commences with the Wago Cup at 3 o'clock. And on Friday at 3 o'clock, there are 3 rounds, Friday afternoon at 3, Saturday afternoon at 3, and Sunday at 8 a.m. So they will be local Eastern Standard Time, or is it Queensland time, and there'll be events you viewers will be anticipating, particularly the Wago Cup. So remember that, Friday 3 p.m. Queensland summer time. That's an hour behind New South Wales and Canberra. Saturday 3 p.m. and Sunday at 8 a.m. There's something to look forward to. Paul has successfully completed the race and is now having the sheep in the wings of the bridge, and as the luck of the Irish, and it comes straight over, and he has 8 minutes left, which is a remarkable period of time. So he's moved around the course quite quickly and effectively. But again, even though he may be the fastest trialist to pen, they don't get extra points. However, there may be a prize for the quickest run, but I don't think there is in this trial. The sheep have moved promptly towards the bridge, leaving Paul behind, but he won't mind because they stayed essentially on course except at the very end, and they're looking towards the pen, and the dog is blocking them quite well. He comes round to turn them, stop them. They're in the pen. He's decided to go walk into the circle and then get out and close the gate. He's closed the gate. One thing his dog didn't do was act as a guard as the gate was closing. But otherwise it was a run with 7 minutes 15 seconds left and completed all the obstacles. Essentially he has lost course points, of which there are a few, but we'll tell you about his score when we have it in a few moments. The next trialer is Mike Depler, number 144, with Claremont Joe, a Victorian registration. Well, we don't have a crib sheet for dear Mike Depler. He told Dan, the cameraman here, to make it up. Well, he's about 35 going on 50, slim in build, got a brown and white dog, looks like a long hair border collie, comfortably seated on his left-hand side, and he had a smile on his face when he spoke to the judge. Although I did see he shook hands with the judge, but I didn't notice with anything passed between them. Cast off to our left, that's the trialer's left. The dog is fleet of foot, which is worthwhile knowing. Again, the sheep have moved to the right through the let-out. Stopped, saw the dog, and then decided to run off. Joe is blocking them. They've turned, come round the gap. Average cast, not much of a lift. You can judge for yourself, because I assume people who are watching this are not using it to have my voice send them to sleep, but you would know trials and the judging of trials, and you would have your own view of what's occurring, because the camera angles are quite effective. Coming to the end of the draw, which was scrappy. That's because of the sheep wanting to run each way. Sheep are turning, and then of course, having done the U-turn, they've turned it into an L and race right off course. Mike has started to walk down towards the gap with the sheep still off course. And that's what they love to do. Split and run. Split and run. Now I know out in the letting out yard, the used sheep are kept separate to the sheep, the fresh sheep that are coming out each time. but there's only a fence between them. So I'm sure those sheep that are now being used are talking to the sheep yet to be used to say, this is how you do it. And the message is being well and truly received. Because there has not been one mob of 3 sheep let out today or yesterday that have been quite calm and move the way very experienced dogs want them to move. All they've done since Saturday has to run everywhere, take points off when you don't expect it, run when they see a gap when the dog can't be in 2 places. It's almost been a perfected art for the sheep. But apart from a little bit of hassle, Mike had them through the gap quite straightforwardly. I think he has beaten Paul Dahm at his time. Paul did the draw in about 3 minutes. Mike is now 2/3 of the way from the gap to the race and has 10 minutes to go. So he's making ample time. When the sheep run, they're running very effectively. Usually in the right direction, if of course. But he's now in the ring at the race at the 10-minute mark, and they've gone through. 1 has gone through. 3 have gone through. 2 first and then the 3rd, but that's effective. 3 went through. Don't have to do it together, but just close together anyway. And now moving in the shorter distance to the bridge. It still has 9 minutes 58 seconds to it before it spars. The sheep are racing up towards the wings of the bridge, well ahead of Mike, but given the time he's got for the obstacle of the bridge in the pen, he won't mind those course points. They're modest compared to losing both the bridge and the pen, and would you believe, straight over, and he's still got 9 minutes to go, and he's walking. This may be a quicker time than Paul's. The sheep are running towards the pen, but of course there'll be course points being too far ahead, but I don't think Mike will mind. Not because the time, but because the time allows him, should there be a problem at the pen. Eight minutes 45 seconds before his time expires. Mike is still not in the ring at the pen. The sheep are milling around, wanting to run. The dog's stopping them, but after causing points to be lost. It's a nice balance. Lose a myriad of course points, but get through the obstacles without any difficulty. Well, the only difficult obstacle he's met so far is the pen. They're on the outside of the pen, to the left-hand side of the pen from where the trialer stands. They're now being moved, but I don't think the dog wants to put them back the same way he's got them, because they'll run into the gate which is open, which will be hard to come round. So we'll bring them round. I assume he wants to bring them round to the right of the pen, because they're at the far corner now. telling the dog to come in closer, and then weave him back and forth, but it isn't effectively moving the sheep in the way he wants. Although he's got them past the edge of the pen at the end, you think he's trying to send them backwards towards him. He'll need all of the 6 minutes if he's doing that, because they go back about 2 sheep paces and then stop. The dog's presence can't turn them. All he's doing is turning them backwards, and it's succeeded, but they're almost in the face of the open face of the pen. If he can get them back a little bit further. One went in. If you can just force the others to go. They're looking. Talk about the luck of the Irish, and very good work for the little dog. Very good work for Joe. And the gate's closed. Well done. Well done, Joe. I've never seen sheep backed up like that, step by step, effectively before. Took a great deal of force. Not too much force that they broke and ran everywhere. We'll have a score for you shortly. And I haven't had a score. The next worker is Charlie Knight with Josie. Cobra's Josie, I don't know that prefix. Next on is Charlie Knight. He's in his mid-20s, comes from Toowoomba. He's a butcher by occupation. He's been trialling dogs since he's 15, and he's won a few trials.
He reckons he's better than brothers.
There are 2 brothers trialling, and the Josie, his dog Josie, was bred by Damien Boogie, who won the Tasmanian Novice Championship and Improver. So, good heritage and a good cast. Again, the head's moving to the right of the trailer when they let out. It gets boring. And if I told you the sheep were running and one had gone 100 degrees around the course, leaving the other 2 behind, you'd believe me, wouldn't you? Because the camera can't be in 3 places at once. So what Charlie's agreed to do with Josie is to have her pick up the two, because it's easier than picking up one, and take the two to the first, which is now on the fence just past the let out. Now, given the circumstances, Charlie's decided to retire, and that inauspicious start wasn't caused by the dog. It was the sheep going bananas. Working Kamara, London, with a Queensland registration. I'm sorry, Dan? I guess it's a copy. Now, Mrs. O'Connell, number 146, wearing Kamara, London. The crib sheet is very brief. One, Brazier. The dogs are homebred Kelpies. However, the husband has a little bit broader crib sheet. And his writing should be a doctor's or a lawyer's, because it's almost indecipherable. He's been trialling, this is the husband, for 35 years. So I suspect the wife has been dragged along from those trials from time to time and picked up the activities as well. Both copies, trialers, and having a wonderful time. Ronda's cast was effective on the moving head, but unfortunately they've made nearly 100 degrees to the left, and they're halfway up the draw right now. I could read her husband's writing if I had a little bit more time. Trying to decipher it. Completed the draw again. No U-turn, an L-turn. These sheep have been learning from one another. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm going to get on the buggy. Having completed the U-turn fully, going back and forth on the L. those people who have been viewing for an hour or so, or 4, 5, 6 runs, you suspect that I'm calling the same run over and over again. In many ways I am. These sheep are behaving like they've been taught what to do when they come out. Again, sometimes the only time they're on course is when they're running from one side to the other. And when they get to being on course, sometimes they just stop and change their mind and decide to run the opposite direction again. And the dog doesn't seem to be able to block them very effectively. I don't know whether this is an old Kelpie, but certainly he doesn't have the speed that Kelpies normally have. But believe it or not, when they were standing there in the middle of the course, the dog ran on command to them and they went through the gap. But unfortunately, they kept on running and running and running, and they're halfway between the gap and the race. Stopped finally. Do you understand what the lady said?
Something about the AGM.
Being upstairs. There's something after that. At 8:30. Wasn't clear. No matter, we're back again. And at the race, straight past it. Par for the course with the sheep. As one well-known character, cartoon character said, deja vu all over again. And dear Rhonda has decided to retire because the sheep are running all over the place. So there'll be another retirement to the notice board. Working Grassvale Grace. Grass Valley Grace with a Western Australian registration. That looks disgustingly healthy. Good. Grace from Western Australia registration, and a short-haired border collie. And very short in stature too. Again, a moving head. Sheep about 90 degrees round from the let out. Dog moved and they decided to run backwards. Blocked. And now running again. Fortunately no cross, even though the sheep was very close to the fence. And without binoculars I couldn't see whether the dog might have tried to nip. But again they're coming round almost 110 degrees around the circle outside of the course. Now almost 180 degrees around from their starting point. The dog has been held to stop, to let the sheep stop. The sheep is still moving, this time slowly, and the dog is out past the bridge. For those of a mathematical bent, you can calculate when the sheep have run 180 degrees of the circle without the diameter. Can you estimate how many 9 meters they've run? Moving towards the trailer now on a new course, the imaginary 9 meters. Past tense, were moving towards the trailer. Incrementally, step by step, stop. Step by step, stop. Step by step, stop. And when we're sick and tired of doing that, we'll mill around and run as soon as we see an open space without a dog in front of us. That's been the sheep's methodology. I have an idea of what I saw, but I'm not sure what the judges saw. But what I saw was a disqualification, i.e. biting and hanging on. But it may have been different from the judge's perspective because they had a more direct line of sight, not blocked by the body of the sheep. But in any event, the trial continues. The sheep are virtually in front or almost in front of the trailer. He still hasn't completed the draw. Draw's complete, but again, it's not a U shape, it's an L shape. Dan, this dog has a capacity to nip at, if not connect. gain a break. Sheep running off to their right-hand side, about 3 points away from the corridor. Gain sheep on the far right-hand side corridor. Very close to the fence, moving, potential cross. And there the sheep was being bit on the nose. But according to the judge, it was warranted. They're both still judging. These sheep again at the fence, moving off it now. But every time they get to the fence, there's going to be potential for a cross. No, the judges must have communicated the last couple of nips were too much, so the trial's been terminated. Next is Al Hort with Glen Murray Lucy with a Tasmanian registration. Right, Al Hort is at the peg from Western Australia with Grass Valley Grace. Sorry, Glen Murray Lucy. I must put my glasses on. Again, sheep are moving to our right and the trialist right from the let out. Not quite a moving head yet. Interesting cast. Twice come to a perfect stop. Moved. No lift. Both sheep and dog moved, no lift. Sheep still moving to the right of the trailer in a straight line horizontally rather than vertically.
doing the pub search overnight. And you tell them that we're from the Dogpro. And then they know, well, they do recognise our turnout. We'll give you manager a bit of check as well.
Well, Lucy's into the lift, but about halfway along, but it's not in a straight line, and it certainly isn't without pain for the dog. Moves them a little way, they stop, then they go in a horizontal section, stopped, moved again forward, and it repeats itself. These sheep are getting their lesson from someone how to take points from trialers, and they've learnt the lesson very well. Close to completing the lift, but off course, waiting for the U-shape motion. The hatch you can see in the screen is one of our judges, the walking judge. Again, no U, L-shaped head of the draw. These sheep have been taught the same lesson as the others. Watching these people weep for the trialer. These sheep are just the most testing sheep I've seen in years.
might get looking at 69.5.
That's two trials that have been terminated by the judges for gratuitous violence. And we now have Simon Leaning coming in with Marion Val Woody, another Western Australian registration.
You having fun yet? I don't think anyone's stepping in the post. Stop.
Sheep have been released but haven't come out far enough, but they have now. Starting judge has determined. And again, off to the right of the trailer, 50 degrees of arc, then going back the other way, having seen the dog. Racing now, the dog's racing to get to them, to block them. At least 5 points of distance for being off course. The dog still hasn't got control of them, although they're moving, started to move towards the trail and decided no, they wanted to go elsewhere. They're going halfway around the other side of the oval. Now they've decided we want to run down the middle. And the little dog's chasing them as well, but not successfully blocking them until now. And again, once blocked, they either decide to run and run again. Again, being blocked, but believe it or not, they're slowly walking towards the trailer, completing the most untidy draw I've seen for years. And there's what has decided to do. One goes left, the other two go right, of a split of at least 250 metres in distance. The dog has gone to get the two, turning them slowly. mate. No, they can't. The mate's running towards the let-out point. He knows his friend's arm. And now the other two are doing the same, running towards the let-out. Trailer's trying to get his dog to stop, but not succeeding. And for some other reason now, the lone sheep is wandering off round the other way. Simon's trying to get his dog to stop, but the dog isn't stopping. It's continuing to chase, and they push the sheep. Now the three are facing one another. They're coming together, and now what will happen? They've decided to join the trio and continue running away from the dog around the oval outside. They've turned in now, decided we're going to go back the other way.
Stop! Stop!
Even though the command has been given
Stop!
to Woody to stop, he is not doing so. He's continuing by his presence, moving the sheep one way or the other.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
The sheep must be tired out. They haven't started to run again. Our famous last words. They're slowly coming towards the direction of the trailer. They're about 10 metres away from him, almost in front of him. Well, there was an interesting break, straight in front of the trailer and back again. Still waiting to complete the draw. Again, not an L and not an L shape, not an U shape.
Wasting our time, thank you.
He's retired. Now, what was the question again, Dan? Gary Barker, working Genie, Queensland registration. They're being taught. The sheep are doing the same thing all the time. Well, he was cast, came in and was going to cross, call back, sent out again, cast, and cross just in front of the sheep. Competitor is a Queenslander. There are many more Queenslanders representing the state than the other states here, but that's understandable, it's in their state. But we've got Bailey Knight with Knight's Champ. Bailey Knight, a young man from Queensland, is at the peg, the flag's up. The sheep have been released, and given their pattern, they're going to turn to their left and run. But they've only gone about 5 metres from the let out. Past tense they're going now. They haven't seen the dog, but they've decided to run. And again, deja vu all over again. Oh my heavens. The dog blocked the sheep. They stopped, and then they ran again, and before the dog could move, the sheep passed between the worker and the dog. Another cross. Bob Hamilton with Vegas is next. Another Queenslander. The let-out dog is the one having all the fun. He's able to chase the sheep all over the paddock and put them in a pen.
Yeah, looks like it.
Hang on a minute, Paul. Hang on a minute. I don't think they got anybody with them.
And red.
Yeah.
Beats yellow on conditions like this stuff.
Now this one. The letter out and going walking across to the right. He's supposed to block the sheep with a dog shovel. But he isn't being very effective on waving it. He's just standing there. Again, the sheep are released. Depending on what they've been taught from their mates, they're going to obey what they've been taught, move to their left, but they've stopped about 2 metres from the let-out point. The dogs come behind the sheep, point of balance, pretty well, moving around. There's a lift of sorts, not straight, zigzagging. Dog hasn't got the sheep out of control because one broke. This is a more orthodox lift in the sense that it's zigzagging up and down, or up and across, rather than straight up. But it's the first time we've had an orthodox lift imposed upon the sheep. And they've stayed within their corridor. There's been no movement of either judge. Lift completed, draw completed, but no U shape, L shape. Perhaps these sheep weren't as effectively taught as the early ones of the bad manners they display out on the course. If so, there might be some hope for Bob and Vegas. Back on course. Of course. Of course. There's certainly room for the bad habit lessons. Get down towards the gap, be in the middle, and then all of a sudden decide to take a left-hand turn and go for about almost 20 metres off course back to where you came from. The sheep are starting to remember the lesson the others have been taught. I wonder what took them so long. Again, of course, by running straight across the course in front of the gap. through the gap. Well done. And it's Dan's taking the view that the dog moves up onto the sheep, and as soon as they start to move, he moves off. So he said, "Oh, you've done what you're supposed to do. I'll take my presence away." Halfway down the course between the gap to the race, sheep are now moving roughly on the right-hand side of the trailer. Dogs keeping them moving well, but all of a sudden they decided to break. The dog's capable of blocking them. They're on the wrong side of the race, so any movement they do that way will cost 3 points, like they've just done. Once they're blocked, the sheep tend to turn away, go the other way. They're now about 4 metres out in front of the wings of the race, moving slowly towards the opening in the wings. Now they've started to change their mind and start looking at the dog. Now back looking forward to the race. And they've decided to go through. Seven minutes left. Off course between the race and the bridge on the trailer's left-hand side. He's trying to get them to come back on course with his commands, but the sheep get close and then go out again. That's the third time that's occurred. Fourth time. On course, off centre to the ridge wings. Now outside the wings, but looking at the trailer, then the dog, then the open space. No dog, no trailer, open space. Yippee, we can go. Yes, I agree. Profanity is permitted out there in video land. The two sheep went across and one went round. It was so close to being completed effectively. 5 minutes left. And the same thing again occurred. Two across, one round. I'm sure they're talking to one another. Now it's your turn to go round. We'll go across and confuse him. Well, they think of going up now. They've passed right in front of him, 2 metres off course. again. Just off course. Oh no, they're in. No judge from the... If not, there's only one hoof out. Now it's my turn again to take all your three around, which I've done. See, we've done well. See, dog, you can't stop us. That seems to be the position. Vegas has some influence on them, but not an effective influence. Here we go. That'll give him some hope. Now we'll cause him to have problems all the way to the pen. That's it. On course, then off course for at least 18 metres. And going further away at right angles to the course. Now we decide to walk backwards. What else can we do to take points? Oh, I know. We'll wait and let him go ahead too far. Ah, damn dog made us move. Here we go. This is it. We're going to go around the pen and go to the fence. That's 4 points. And with any luck, we may get the dog to cross us. These sheep have a mind of their own. Now they're in front of the space. Are they going to walk into the pen? Yes, they are. But not quite one hoof. Hoof maybe over the line. It is now. The gate's being closed. The dog acting as the cover. Well done. Well done finishing. With Rocky Fran is next, the penultimate trialer with the Western Australian registration. I'm sorry about the apology. Then the next worker is Brandon Cherry from Freestone Sticks. He's the prefix, another Queenslander. Young lad, late 20s, looks fit. Dog, a short-haired border collie. Presumably female with the name Dixie. the sheep have released, and again they've got a moving head. They're about, the judges told them, take them off. They're too fancy. In fact, what happened when they came out, they didn't bother walk out any distance. They immediately turned on their left and started running. And they've got round at least 120 degrees. So we wait and see what happens now. Yes. You can see what's happening. The 3 sheep that came out are running in accordance to their instructions from their learning. I've worked out who the cartoon character was. It was his deja vu all over again. It was Yabba Dabba Doo Barney Bear. That must state me. No matter. Again, a moving head cast, a lift, not without some problems, but slowly moving up, 1/3 of the way up to the trailer. Another zigzag lift up, almost at the trailer's end. Yes, they're certainly playing by the same game rules. Zigzagging in front of the trailer without moving to complete the draw, and then starting to run back to the let out. last completed run, you mean?
Yeah, that I've got a Bob Hamilton.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the last one. Score sheet before that.
These sheep don't want to move off the dog, occasionally moving back pace by pace, but once they turn they mill. They're not making much progress to complete the rule. They're still not behind the trailer at the peg. Again, they're being forced back half pace by the sheep, and then they turn, but they just mill. No effective movement to flow to complete the draw. The turn now, completed. No, they haven't. They've completed the draw, but off course. And then again, off to an L shape, almost to the fence. Whoever wrote the rules for these sheep, they've learnt them well. You can see it all from the screen. View it and weep for the trailer. Whoever taught these sheep should be feeling quite pleased with themselves. They've been baying a script effectively all afternoon with only a couple of pens. Consistently awful as far as trialling goes. I've heard it said that sometimes they like to see the sheep win, but on this trial so far, at occasions you'd like to see the dog win. Round the outside of the gap. Why not? It's there. fine blocking action there. Yeah, they're being forced through the gap. They were being forced through the gap. They've now decided to change position, or one has. We'll push them around the wing of the gap rather than through the hole. You at least get them on the right side. And there they decide to go again. Fortunately, the dog came on the inside, so there's no cross, but they're very close to the fence. That's pushing them off. The sheep don't like it, and 4 minutes 35 seconds to go. Either time's going to go against this competitor, or she'll decide to terminate the trial for lack of progress and teaching her dog some bad habits. Again, the dog is ineffectively moving them in the right direction, moving them away from the obstacle. Expression of angst jumping up. Don't go too far, you'll turn them. Stop there. Don't go any further, you'll turn them again. Well done. Good judgment. Either of the trialers or the dog. 3 minutes to go. Still off course and being left behind. Should be close to 25 course points by penalty by now. Leaving behind. You know, Dan, it'd get more exciting if the sheep had another lesson, something really interesting to do to break the monotony of their behaviour. Well, this is an obvious one, getting close to the wings and going the wrong side. And just one of us. Then later on we'll take all three of us. Not yet in the wing, now in the wing, and they've decided to go through. Well done. Locked within course, but then they decided to do the usual activity You've blocked us, but we're now going to go around you and go out another 9 metres, of course, just for the fun of us. Then we're going to come back. We're going to stand in the middle of the course for a few seconds, and then what are we going to do? We'll surprise him, we'll walk straight ahead, but obviously we want to go to the trailer's right, and the dog's there discouraging them, giving them a little lick in the cheek. But still, even the love and affection doesn't stop them wanting to do the bad thing. Well, he was saying, get off, because time was coming, and the last sheep jumped down just as the bell went. So he's lost 20 at the pen, but that's not too bad considering the rest of he got through the rest of the course. "7 o'clock," she said, yes. I know what they're getting. Sorry? No, they're going to try and get through from 156 to 217. I think that's the reason, to make sure that when we now have Miss Jean Heidelman running Rocky Fran from Western Australia, who is the penultimate trialer today. I was reading the program. The sheep had come 180 degrees around from their let out. Now being brought in towards the trailer until they decided, no, we were not going to do that. Well, besides being consistently awful, they have been consistently awful for each and every trialer. So they have been equally bad for everyone. So that's why the scores are low, and even the outstanding dogs are not getting very high scores. Well, they haven't completed the draw yet. They're still racing towards the fence, away from the trailer. And the way the sheep are going, they may just cross the dog. But so far he's kept well away and not. The other team are joining the third one, and now they're all racing towards the let out. Again, the sheep are dangerously close to the fence. The cross might be on. By the sheep crossing the dog. But they're moving away. Remember, we haven't had the completion of the draw yet. Again, a break in the sheep. 2 by 1. Dogs on the 2. The third's on the fence. Decided to walk off. Retire. We are now at the ultimate trial this afternoon. Jim O'Connell with Kamara Blackmore.
Well, I was going to curious anyway whether it's fit to work, but there you go. Thanks anyway. Come on, Franny, come.
Jim O'Connell. Right, Jim's at the peg now, and Blackmore's patiently waiting behind him. The white flag's up, the sheep are being released. And remember today's lesson, sheep? Hard left-hand turn. That's right. You remembered. That's nice. Your training's working. But hey, you forgot. You got to run faster and further round, not stop in there and have a static head for when the dog comes to greet you. The dog must be a relatively young dog because he's receiving successive commands in the cast. He hasn't cast himself automatically to come direct to the point of the balance of the sheep. That will be a weakness the sheep will detect very quickly. And without his presence being noted or influencing them, they have lifted nicely and are going straight towards the trailer. One sheep is broken rather, now returning to its mob and coming towards the Trialer. Now the sheep have gone, of course. They're starting to remember the lessons they were taught. Give him a little bit of hope, and then go and do something absolutely unpleasant. Well, the sheep have completed the draw, slightly off course, but they haven't gone for the L-shaped turn, but they're looking. The dog has been sent right round from behind them. The sheep are moving. Now they remembered we've got to go straight ahead, not turn left. The dog's been sent again to chase them. They're going to the fence. Blackmore has blocked them. Now what are we going to do? Run away from him? Yes, that's a good idea. Then we'll stop and see what he's going to do. Let's make his misery last. Kamara Blackboard is a well-trained dog. Stops when commanded, sits and lies when commanded, and stays still when commanded, so that will effectively take the pressure off the sheep. And the sheep are running, stopped in the current corridor, blocked by Blackmore. Blackmore's coming, winging back and forth in front of the sheep. Show them not to do it. Jim has started to walk. Sheep are stationary. Dogs moving slowly around in an arc behind them. The sheep can see there's wide open space directly ahead of them, but they decide to go the other way and walk out of the corridor. Then back into the corridor, and then we'll make it visible for them. We'll split. You go one way, and we'll go the other. They're both taking the third out of the corridor. One for the split, one for the crossing the line, and one for going more than 9 meters away. Five brains, trialer, dog and 3 sheep. Trying to coordinate all 3 is a nice activity. And again, we've decided to go for a little run on course to cross the course, off course by another 4 points. And now we'll do the same again. Aren't we clever? Yes, and we'll run to make it even more interesting. With a little bit of exercise, tire this little dog out. We're doing marvellously well. If we had any tails, we'd be wagging them. Coming back slowly on the wrong side of the gap. coming through the wrong way now. Try and turn us and we'll go back out. No, we won't. What we'll do is we'll look that way and then we'll run right through the other side. But no, we've spoilt you. We've gone through the correct way this time, so just be thankful. We have other nasty tricks up our sleeves as well. But you know, this little dog isn't a fool. She's being very careful the way she's dealing with us. We're not getting away with too much. We'll have to try harder, but she keeps on blocking us and stopping us doing what we want to do. We'll have to watch her out. Right out. Halfway along from gap to race. Sheep deciding to run, go off course, do U-turn and race back to where they came from, blocked by black boar effectively. Hey, this dog ain't bad. Jim's now in the circle. Sheep are about 12 metres from the race. He has 6 minutes, 50 seconds left. It depends what havoc they'll create at the race and the bridge. That's where the time will be a problem. So far they're just still, and the dog's about 10 metres back, holding them. They're wondering what to do. Surprisingly, they went through without any hassle. Off course, but coming back onto course to immediately go off course again and again. We give them some hope, and then we spoil it. Jim's almost in the circle. Sheep are still off course. Slowly coming back on course. Very slowly. And moving towards the bridge. They see the bridge but decide when to go around it, when to go over it, and when to go around the other side. Well, that's being fair to them. Time when the sheep decided to go one each side and one over the bridge. Now they're going past the wings. They're blocked. Going round. Another 3 points. And the way the lead sheep's going, it could be another 4th point. More than 9 metres off course. It's 11 seconds to go. Again, trying to line them up with the wings of the bridge. You can see it very clearly there. But again, they don't want to cooperate. saw. They came and they went straight through. 2 minutes 39 seconds, 27 seconds. He can do it, but he'll have to have a clear run at the bridge, at the pen. Sheep are way ahead of him, about 3/4 of the way, or halfway along the course. The trialist, Joe's, Jim is just catching up. Straight ahead, past the wings of the bridge on the right-hand side, and we'll go to the fence. That'll give him something to be concerned about. But no, the little dog's got behind them, moving them there. That was a 5-point penalty for the movement, but compared to getting the obstacles, it's nothing. Because this obstacle, the bridge, is worth 20. The pen, rather, is worth 20. In front of the entrance, but several metres out from it. Don't go too far. He almost went too far and turned them from getting into the bridge. The pen, the gate's being closed now. The dog is not acting as a support for the worker. That's at least 1 and 2 points because he was so far out. But at least the last worker of the day, John O'Connell, penned. So that is this afternoon's trialling, ladies and gentlemen. It's now 4:10. It's been quite effective. Starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And Dan will be here, but I'll be here at a more civilised time. Dan, thank you for your company this afternoon, and may you have a pleasant evening.